Good morning and welcome to this training session. I'm İlknur Yılmaz. I am National Contact Point for Cluster 2, Culture, Creativity and Inclusive Society. I'm very glad that we are hosting this group of distinguished researchers that are active in social sciences and humanities and also in cultural heritage. The reason why we are organizing this project writing camp is the increase in number of coordinators in Cluster 2 in recent years. In Horizon 2020, we didn't have any successful coordinators, but last 2 years we had two that were successful, and actually we had more that submitted proposals, get high score, but didn't fund it. So with this training, we would like to increase the number of successful coordinators that are going to be supported by European Commission. And we invited you. Actually, we make the selection with technology transfer offices, and also I have contacted with previous successful partners and trying to gather high quality audience today for these 2 days. And we have invited very good experts, actually. Kimberly is Cluster 2 NCP from Germany, and she is very experienced in social sciences and humanities because, this is a unique area, different from other technological clusters. And also we have Apostolos, who is very active in proposal writing, and Nicholas, who is a very experienced trainer in proposal writing. And I hope that this event will be beneficial for you, and we are going to increase successful proposals in 2024 and beyond. I am going to be here for these 2 days. If you are going to have need any assistance, please contact with me. We have a very heavy agenda, so I would like to shorten my speech and give the floor to Odysseus. And Odysseus, our team leader for Turkey in Horizon 2020 project, and he's going to provide the information about the agenda and scope of the meeting.
Thank you. Glad to see you all here. I have a very short presentation because I would like to remind you that we have a lot of material available for you, not only for this subject. No, it's not this one. Okay. Okay. Celine, it's in Dropbox. Can you find it? Okay. So till we find it, I'd like to remind you. Do you have the agenda? Yeah. Okay. So let me say a few words about the agenda till we find this presentation. I will keep it very short so that we can go directly to the main scope of the meeting. As you know, the project writing camp, the scope and the purpose of the project writing camp is to train you how to write a better proposal. So we focus on that. We have Kimberly, of course, who will present us the key points of the calls. She will show you the calls that are available to you with the project, which project profiles are best for these calls, and all the necessary documents that you need to prepare for that. Then we will have a lunch break, and then we will go on to discuss how to write the proposal. This will be covered by Apostolos, and of course we will support the training as well. So we will cover every section of the grant, starting from the excellence, the impact, and the implementation. Tomorrow we have a hands-on experience, so you will be asked to form groups and to work together as if you were preparing a proposal, or as if you were preparing a concept note. So you will be asked to apply everything that you will learn today. And hopefully by the end of the training, you will have something ready for you to start. So you will have made the first steps in a new call, in a new concept, in a new proposal. So thank you. This is my presentation. This is just a reminder of the things that we have available for you. So this is our team. This is our team, Nikolaos, this is node one. So we started with Horizon 2020. We've been here since 2016, 2017. We were here for Horizon 2020, and there was a pause, and then we started again with Horizon 2020 in 2019, and now we are moving on to Horizon Europe. Our purpose, don't have to read that, is to support you and to support Turkish organizations participate in Horizon Europe. We have a number of events, events like this one, which are training events. We have networking events, and here I would like to mention that we will have a brokerage event in Brussels on the 16th of November, this November, next month, but it will be focusing on Green Deal. I know that Green Deal is not necessarily very relevant to your interests, but maybe some of your institutions will be interested. It is going to be a quite big networking event with face-to-face meeting. SSH, yes. So we have an aspect which will be very interesting.
Yeah. This group can participate to this brokerage event because workshop 4 is fully dedicated to
right,
SSH topics.
So this will take place in Brussels. The registration is open. I urge you to register and submit your proposal so you have the ability to present something and even build a new consortium. Apart from that, we have a number of tools available. So we have the new website of TÜBİTAK, UVUCA Drupa, but we also have a very big repository of training material, a help desk, which we have built throughout the process, throughout the years that we're here. And in there you can find everything that you need regarding our trainings. So every training that we conduct, we store the training material in there, so you will find presentations. And since COVID, we also record everything. So you see there's a camera, so not only we stream it, but we record it. And you will find the recordings as well. So if you're looking something more than just cluster 2, more presentations on how to create your dissemination strategy, open science strategy. We have sections on ethics. We have trainings on how to write your impact, how to deal with gender issues. We have a lot of trainings in the help desk. Just visit the help desk. This is the address, the help desk. You can reach it from the website of TÜBİTAK as well, and look for what you would like to see. Keep in mind something that we have already discussed with this one. Okay. Keep in mind that from now on, in the clusters in Pillar 2, we will see more and more the new instrument that Horizon Europe has introduced, the lump sum. I don't know how many of you know the lump sum. It is a novelty of Horizon Europe. It allows you to get rid of all the reporting on financials during the project. It's a much easier process and a very straightforward procedure. We have a dedicated presentation of lump sum. Not all projects are lump sum. A call that is under lump sum is explicitly defined as such. So go to the call queue and you see. If it is a lump sum, then there is a process for preparing the proposal, but the whole implementation of the project requires no financial reporting from your side. Okay, so it is something that you should pay attention to because it will make your life easier, especially during the implementation. A snapshot of Turkey now, but more importantly, a snapshot of cluster 2 of culture and creative society. So this is what we have so far. That I took that screenshot yesterday. So we see now that you have 9 grants under Horizon Europe. Ilknur said that in two of them you're coordinating. So this is a very good improvement compared to Horizon 2020. We see now that Turkey is more active into this cluster, and I hope that as time goes by, even more. Since we are looking at Horizon dashboard, I'd also like to mention that we have a specific presentation on the tools that you can use to improve your search, to help you build your proposal, find partners, and create a successful project. So I don't want to take any more of your time. I'll pass the floor to Kimberly for the subject matter of what we are here. For cluster 2, she will present the calls and the proposals, and I'm sure that you will find it very interesting. Please don't hesitate to answer whatever is not clear. We are 4 of us here today. I think it is one of the times that you have into your disposal more trainers than usually. So usually we are 2, today we are 4. Don't hesitate to ask us, don't hesitate to discuss with us during the breaks, any help you might need, any clarification you might need. Thank you.
Kind of a lot of here, don't worry. Okay. Should I say something? Don't know if it would stay. Hello? Testing. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Ooh, I feel so fancy. Okay. I just need to pull up my presentation. The presentation? Yeah, is there some way to cut out the background? Otherwise, I can switch to a normal microphone. If I speak now, that's still annoying, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can. Okay. Okay. Can you, no, you hear my regular, okay, that's good. Okay, great. All right. So first and foremost, good morning, and yeah, welcome to today's training event. Once again, my name is Dr. Kimberly Koofsen-Liebe. I am a national contact point for Cluster 2, Culture, Creativity, and Inclusive Society. I work currently at the German Aerospace Agency, also known as DLR Project Management Agency in Germany, where we, like TÜBİTAK, are given the mandate to serve as a national contact point for Germany and where we support researchers coming from the German research community. Moreover, I'm also involved as a Cluster 2 NCP in a project that might be of interest to you. It's an EU-funded project. It goes by the name of Net for Society. This is a network project for all Cluster 2 NCPs in Europe and around the world. But we also produce really useful tools and resources for researchers who are submitting proposals in Cluster 2. So for example, the Cluster 2 Info Day that will be taking place on Wednesday this week will be followed by a Cluster 2 Info Day. This Info Day is being supported by Net for Society. If you have not yet signed up and you are interested in taking part in this brokerage, you still can. I don't have the information with me, but if you are curious, please ask me either today or tomorrow, and I can get you that information. So I want to just start quickly with going through the agenda of my presentation. The way I understand it as an NCP, what's really helpful for applicants to write successful proposals is to have a very fundamental understanding of the cluster in which they are applying to. I know that many of you have already applied in Horizon Europe, so you might have some familiarity, but please bear with me. I want to go through the Cluster 2 objectives and expected impacts with you so that you have a really clear sense of what it is that's being asked of you in the calls that are going to be opening for 2024. After I go through those impacts and objectives, I then want to explain to you a little bit about how our work program is structured, and then how that coincides with the strategic plan. Then I will move into the 2024 work program, where I have actually selected just a few topics to go through with you, because I feel that it's more important to be thorough and to understand the way in which these topics are structured and what they're really being asked for, rather than go through each and every topic, because that's something you will actually find out more about if you attend the info day that is planned, or if you simply read the work program. And then I will close with some question and answers if you have any. If at any time I'm speaking too quickly or there's something I said that's not clear, interrupt me and I will either slow down or clarify. So Cluster 2. Cluster 2 is one of the 6 thematic clusters in Horizon Europe. It is located in Pillar 2 of the program, which is the industrial or the global challenges and European industrial competitiveness pillar. It has 4 main objectives, and these objectives are dedicated to the improvement of democratic governance and participation, as well as the safeguarding and promotion of cultural heritage, and the responding to and shaping of multiple social, economic, and technological challenges or changes that are taking place in the world. And it has a 4th objective, which is dedicated to helping to contribute to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And as you probably already know, this is what we refer to as a primarily social sciences and humanities dedicated cluster. There are opportunities for the social sciences and humanities in all of the other clusters in Horizon Europe, but you will primarily find topics dedicated to the social sciences and humanities in Cluster 2. Okay, so what you probably also might be familiar with is that, as with all the other clusters, Cluster 2 is divided up into what are known as areas of intervention, or when you look at the work program, the destinations. Areas of interventions are specifically the broad research lines that the Commission would like researchers to look into to help support their aims of improving the European Union. So when it comes to Cluster 2, there are 3, the first being democracy and governance, the second, cultural heritage and cultural industries, or the CCIs, the creative and cultural industries, and social and economic transformations. When we look at the various objectives associated with each of these different destinations or intervention areas, when it comes to democracy and governments, or destination 1, the objectives here are really the strengthening of democracy, improving, strengthening political participation, the protection of human rights, rule of law, and the countering of polarization and extremist activities. When we look at the second destination or area of intervention, which would be the cultural heritage area, then the focus here is primarily on the promotion and protection of European cultural heritage. and cultural diversity. When we talk about cultural heritage, we are referring both to tangible and intangible, or material and immaterial. So it's not either or, it's both. And then when it comes to the third of these intervention areas or destinations, which would be the social and economic transformations, the focus here is really on helping to improve economic growth in Europe, as well, and combining this growth with sustainable development, social justice, social participation. Okay, so when we think about Horizon Europe, one thing that's really important to be aware of is that it is a very impact-oriented program. And so you will often see this phrase in relation to the topics of an expected impact that the project is to contribute to. So it is expected impact. So as you can see here, this is a citation from the current general introduction of the Horizon Europe work program. It basically explains that it's really a change in the way in which the Commission wants to understand the way in which its investments in research and innovation at a European level are having on European society, on European economy, on European science. And the way in which it does this, it really takes what it calls an impact-driven approach. It's really focused on very specific types of interventions, and these are reflected throughout the entire program. And you will see this reflected in the specific topics that you will be responding to. In the second half of the day, we're going to have presentations and sessions talking about the various sections of a Horizon Europe application. I'm going to go a little bit more into impact at that time. So this is just to give you a general idea of what this is. Here, once again, this graphic is coming from the current Horizon Europe strategic plan. Some of you have maybe already seen it, but this is just a graphic illustration of the way in which the Commission understands impact and how it is going to be generated, basically from your project in relation to European policy priorities. And so basically, you can understand it as the following. Starting with EU policies, you move into, and there are currently 6 different EU policies, as well as the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. From there, they are translated within the strategic plan into what are known as the key strategic orientations and impact areas. And then from there, these expected impacts are then written out. And then ultimately you see all of that, once again, reiterated in the destinations of the various clusters. I'm going to get to that, actually. No problem. Yeah, so no problem. But thank you for your question. I'm coming to that just in a second. And so as this slide says, expected impacts are nothing more than the long-term and wider effects on that your project's results, so the outcomes of the various activities and the way in which they are distributed and disseminated with the various target groups that you are going to be working with, how that ultimately supports these policy objectives, and that's basically expected impact in a nutshell. Okay, so to answer your question, what's a destination? Yeah, no problem. Okay, so destination 1. A destination is essentially, when you look at the work program for cluster 2, as I said, you're going to see it divide into 3 sections. The first of these sections is and these sections are essentially the destinations. The destinations are democracy and governance, cultural heritage, and then social and economic transformations. So when we look at destination 1, it has its own set of objectives that do relate to these broader objectives. And it also has, and this relates back to impact. So when it comes to destination 1, especially when we're looking at the objectives of the research that's going to be funded under this destination in the 2024 calls, what you need to be aware of is that the emphasis is going to be on the production of knowledge, on the generation or collection of data, and the generation of science or evidence-based recommendations that are going to support policymakers in helping to improve general freedom, help to support the rule of law and trust in democratic governance in Europe. The idea is also here to help improve accountability, transparency, the effectiveness and trustworthiness of rule of law institutions and roles. There's also a large emphasis on improving political participation and understanding what is behind political participation, social behavior, the idea of improving social dialogues, improving the inclusion of various groups in society, in political participation, as well as increasing civic engagement and gender equality. And then there's also a focus here on how to protect Europe from incurring and increasing threats. You'll get a better idea of what these are if you look specifically into the strategic plan for 2021-24. There'll be a second strategic plan that will be published for the second half of Horizon Europe that will cover the years 2025 to 2027. But that has not yet been published. It has not yet been finalized. And what you need to be focused on for now is really this particular plan. This is a hyperlink. All of the underlined, minus very few, all of the underlined text in my slides are hyperlinked. So when you receive the slides, you will be able to visit those documents or these websites or whatever in order to get more information. So in the case of cultural heritage, which is the second destination, its objectives are a little bit different, but the focus here is really on how to promote greater access and engagement with cultural heritage in Europe. The idea is really specifically, as I mentioned, on this notion of protecting cultural heritage, as well as its valorization. It's what sort of value does it have, and how is it appreciated within European society. And the other focus, and you'll see this if you're interested in applying to these types of topics, is also on the restoration of cultural heritage. I know that, for example, I believe in 2023, there was a particular topic on, I believe, endangered languages. So once again, it's not necessarily monuments that need to be taken into consideration and protected, but things such as languages or traditional ways of doing things that are very important, because all of this helps to support the construction of what the Commission would like to see as a European identity. Something else that's really, really important in this particular destination is how to support the cultural and creative industries. When I refer to cultural and creative industries, I'm talking about industries like design, fashion. We could be talking about art more broadly, but music. So these sort of things, because the way the Commission sees it, and it's not just the Commission, it's also other countries, it's a global issue, is the idea that the cultural and creative industries are drivers of innovation. They're drivers of job creation. And this is a sector that was really, really, really hard hit by the COVID pandemic, and they need help. And the idea is because they also do employ many people, but this is something that needs to be looked into, and this is one of the objectives of this particular destination, the calls that are going to be opened and the topics. There's also emphasis in 2024 on the establishment of what is known as a European digital space for the cooperation of different actors in the cultural heritage field. That's a very specific call. It's not one that I'm going to be presenting today, but it's just to give you an idea that that's also included under this destination. One thing that's also important to understand is when you're looking at the calls in Destination 2, they're always going to be broken up into 3 subcategories. You're going to have the green, you're going to have innovation, and you're going to have, digital, and you're going to have innovation. The reason for this is because this particular cluster also helps to support the Green Deal. And so, yes.
Is there any prepared document linking the destination to with the key priorities and EU policy documents to better understand what kind of policy document we will contribute in terms of green, digital, and innovative?
Yeah, I do have a slide that does share those documents, some of those documents with you. But for example, you could look at the strategic plan, and you can also look specifically at the Cluster 2 work program because there are a lot of links to the specific documents included in there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, just to maybe continue a little bit with cultural heritage, because this is a very complex, it's probably the most complex of the destinations in Cluster 2. As I mentioned, it's about the promotion, or I should say the protection and the access to cultural heritage. It's also about understanding or increasing and improving the understanding of cultural heritage, what it is, how it should be viewed. Do we need to move beyond the definitions that we currently have into something else? As I mentioned, it's about the promotion of shared values and how to make them more present, as well as traditions. It's very much about improving cooperation and interaction amongst different actors in this particular field in Europe. And it's about strengthening the potential of the various industries in this field so that Europe can be more competitive. And as I said, you can gain more information on how these priorities, these objectives relate to the broader EU priorities if you look at the current strategic plan. Okay, and so last but not least, I want to mention the objectives and the expected impact as it relates to destination number 3, which is social and economic transformations, or transformations short. In this particular case, the emphasis in destination 3 is very much on the strengthening of social and economic resilience and sustainability. What does that mean, maybe in layman's terms? So there's a lot of emphasis in this particular destination on improving labor conditions, improving social policy, economic policy, so that groups that are maybe currently underrepresented or have no representation or are maybe not treated well, think gig work, for example, how can their situation be improved? How can the Commission develop priorities or other types of interventions that can improve the situations for these people? Another thing is to understand, as stated here, interrelatedness. Another emphasis in Destination 3 calls and topics is on social cohesion. This idea, because it's not just in Destination 1, democracy, where there's a focus on supporting democracy in Europe. It's also here where there's a lot of emphasis on, okay, how do you build cohesion in a situation where everybody is stuck at home, nobody's talking to each other because we can't go anywhere due to a global pandemic? All right, so that's why, for example, you have the topic on loneliness that has been, or that will be opening very shortly, because the idea here is, you know, how can you help avoid a situation of disaggregation, of people becoming overly isolated and losing trust in the general framework in which they live in. So how does that help to avoid things like the push toward, or I shouldn't say push, but maybe the development toward authoritarianism, things like that. So many of these things are really designed to help improve policy. So when you think about the sort of policy that the Commission wants to see, they really want a lot of evidence on how to improve this policy. And so there's going to be a lot of emphasis on employment, on education, social fairness, etc. And once again, if you want to understand the link back to the priorities, have a look at the strategic plan. Okay.
Kimberly?
Yes.
Sorry, can you fix the sound?
Yes, that's better. So let me welcome you also to this training. I'm Nicolas Floratus, the training coordinator. And I really liked your presentation. However, what I would really like to ask you regarding the expected impact. Of course, specific call topics, they are linked with specific expected impacts from each destination. So the role of each coordinator or applicant is to identify which of those expected impacts per destination are applicable for each call, correct? One thing that I would like to clarify, are you indicating that in the calls that you are explaining later?
I'm going to talk about it in relation to the calls, but I'm going to go into impact more specifically in the impact session. I mean, everything is interconnected. You'll see as I continue. How can I answer this question? I think I do mention it. So, yeah.
Perfect. So anyhow, I guess there will be homework for the participants here to make sure that they are crystal clear of what kind of expected impacts from those destinations are linked with the targeted call topics.
Yeah.
And if they have any questions on that, they need to clarify them by tomorrow that we have the hands-on practice, definitely. So they need to come out. So there's a homework for them today. So they need to come out tomorrow by the end of the training with a very clear idea what are those expected impacts that they have to address in the targeted call. And this is why we're here to help them.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Now, the next thing that I would like to ask you, and this is quite important, one of the main weaknesses in proposals, and now this call is going to be very competitive, not because it's clustered toll and social science is also a very hot topic, but most likely we're going to have UK entering by beginning of 2024 as an associate country. And cluster 2 call, I think along with cluster 6, are going to be the two first calls that UK is going to be fully eligible to participate also as a coordinator. And considering also from their experience in the past and their activity in the past, they were quite active and quite successful. Specifically in cluster 2, we had University of Cambridge and many other research institutions that they were quite successful. So what we need to bear in mind is that we need to be extremely, not competitive, but we need to the details will actually assign who will be a winner and not who will not be a winner. So we need to try to be as specific as possible. One of the weaknesses that we identify in many proposals is that we are quite generic on how we are addressing the expected impact in the proposal. I know that we have a section specifically for that in the afternoon. But since you mentioned those 3 destinations, I would like to first of all highlight and endorse the definition that you gave on expected impacts that are long-term, and I will specify that a little bit more, long-term benefits from your project results. And when we say long-term benefits, we mean benefits that will take place because of your results, but after the end of the project. So there are 2 dimensions that we are asked to address in a proposal. And this is the scale and significance. So if we like to be complete and specific and really competitive, we need in a proposal to address what will be the scale, which means how many will benefit, what will be the significance, how much they will benefit, and when we'll have to do that. Correct? So in your experience, how can we deal with those through 3 dimensions?
So this is kind of preempting what I was going to say.
If you're addressing that in the impact section, that's okay.
Yeah.
Or if you are planning for us to work on that tomorrow in the hands-on practice, that is still okay.
Yeah.
And I would like just to give us a hint, just opening a bracket, what do you think is best to do for that?
Okay, give me a second.
Okay, don't worry. We can.
Yeah.
Let's.
I'll keep it in mind. I'm going to keep your question in
Yes,
mind.
let's think over it, and we will address it either in the impact or tomorrow in the hands-on practice. But it's something that we need to address.
Yes.
I believe in those 2 days because we have to be specific.
Yeah.
So let's have that in mind, and we will go on, and then we will see how that proceeds tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Okay, so now I just want to very, very quickly go through our work program structure. You might already know this, and once again, how it overlaps with the strategic plan. when you look at the work program, you're going to encounter, first and foremost, a general introduction to the actual work program. And here you're going to have mention of all of the specific politically oriented objectives that that cluster intends to contribute to. So here, when you want to understand expected impact, you need to go through this general introduction and you need to literally underline where it says, for example, that the Cluster 2 work program for 2020 or 2023, 2024 aims to strengthen democracy in Europe, improve the promotion and restoration of cultural heritage, as well as develop digital space or something like that, as well as develop policy interventions that help to improve the labor situation. This is just a paraphrasing. This is not the exact text, so you'll need to look at it for yourself. But here is where you're going to understand the overall political context in which research that's going to be conducted in Cluster 2 as well as in Horizon Europe is stipulated. From there, you're going to then get an idea, and this is included in the general introduction of which and how many destinations are included. So the destinations 1, 2, and 3 that I just showed you are once again going to be listed here. And then there's also going to be mention of different EU programs that are important for projects, or I should say important for research that is going to be carried out in this particular cluster. So for example, when you look at Destination 2, which is on the topic of cultural heritage and the cultural and creative industries, it makes a lot of sense to try and connect to projects that have been funded under the Creative Europe program, because there is overlap in terms of the sort of support as well as the policy objectives that this particular program has with this particular topical area in Horizon Europe. And then from this particular level, then we move to the destinations. Each destination has its own introduction, and it's really important that you read this introduction as well, because you're once again going to be introduced to this social and political context in which the research and or innovation that's being asked for is going to need to respond to. Here, once again, you're going to encounter the expected impact. One thing to know, when you look at the destinations, expected impact does not really appear under the term expected impact anymore, or this phrase. Instead, it is the expected outcomes. I'll get to that. And then we move into the specific calls. When we get to the specific calls, here you're going to get information related to how much budget is available for in general, as well as for each specific topic, as well as how many particular projects may ultimately be funded under that topic. You'll learn when the calls will be opening, as well as their deadlines. Once again, you'll see which specific topics are going to be funded under that particular call for that particular year, as well as the general conditions. I'll explain in a second what that means. And then we have one final level in the work program, and that is the topic itself. The topics are then broken down into what are referred to as specific conditions. So, for example, is this particular topic a lump sum topic? Is this a topic that requires or asks for the involvement of the JRC, the I believe Joint Research Council of the European Commission, or anything else? Here you see the expected outcomes. And as I said, expected outcomes is related to impact, but I'll explain it in a second. And then the overall scope of the topic in which you need to think about your research fitting into. Any questions? Okay. All right, so when we come to the current work program, which covers the span of the years 2023 and 2024, we have the 3 destinations. We have the introduction I said in the budget, and then the first call that will be opening in 2024 in Destination 1 is Innovative Research on Democracy and Governance. Destination 2 is Innovative Research on the European Cultural Heritage and Creative and Cultural and Creative Industries, and 3 would be Innovative Research on Social and Economic Transformations. There's going to be 12 calls or 12 topics opening in the democracy and governance destination. There will be 5 topics opening under cultural heritage, and there'll be 11 opening under social and economic transformations. All right, so I know that many of you have already applied for calls, but once again, just to very quickly explain the logic and the structure of a call topic. So as we know, we always start with the topic identifier. So that would be the title of the topic. This is really important. I know it sounds like a small thing, but it's really, really important when you write your applications to always actually include this in your application. So it's very clear that evaluators know what topic are you responding to, what aims, what more generally are you saying your project via its results, its outputs, is going to be contributing to. And as I said, title, the budget, how much budget is going to be available. For example, it says the commission estimates that 3 million euros could be used to address this topic. Usually when you see something like 3 million, that's a specific type of project that's going to be supported or funded, and that would be a coordination and support action, because those are usually topics that only fund one project as compared to research and innovation actions or innovation actions, which tend to fund in cluster 2 between 2 and 3. As I mentioned, see, this is the type of action that would be funded, and that's just how you would read that. And what's also included, and this is, all of this information is always coming at the very, very beginning of a topic. And so it's important to read through all of it, because also you can find at times information about who is then eligible, who as a partner needs to be in your consortia, because I know that that was a question that I received, who could be potential partners. There, sometimes you get information about that, or who may not participate, who is excluded. It also explains, for example, the type of financial setup that the particular project or projects under this topic would be required to follow. Okay, so the expected outcome and the scope. So what are expected outcomes? Expected outcomes are essentially what needs to be achieved by the project by the time both the project is over, as well as after the project has ended. So when you're reading a topic text, what you need to understand under expected outcomes is that the commission is telling you specifically that this is what it desires in the short term and in the midterm. So short term meaning maybe about a year or so into the project, and midterm being essentially around the time the project is ending, which could be, say, like 3 years. And this is all, these outcomes will essentially be related to the expected impacts of that particular destination. And when you are writing your applications, it is very, very important that you state very clearly your proposal, for example, not only how your project is going to contribute to the achievement of that outcome, but also what that outcome is. So I'll explain that a little bit later. But what's really important is that you have a very clear statement about how your project is specifically going to contribute in which way and what manner to the outcome that is listed. And then the other dimension of a topic is what is known as the scope. The scope is nothing more than the broad framework. It's the problem statement, essentially, that your project is responding to. So as you all probably know, in Horizon Europe, you have research that is both bottom up as well as top down. All topics that are going to be opening, or all calls, all research that is funded in cluster 2, as well as any other clusters that are included in the second pillar, are all top down. So that basically means that you are being provided with the problem already. This is something that the commission has decided upon, and your job is basically to say, with our project, with my project, whatever it may be, we intend to address these stated, we intend to contribute to a solution to said problem by helping achieve X outcome via this project output. That's kind of the logic that you have to have. So this is not a space for you to bring your own project ideas in and ignore what the commission is asking for. If that's the case, then you need to apply in the excellent science section of the program. But if you want to be competitive here, then you need to understand how your project relates to meeting and helping meet expected outcomes and essentially responding to the problem given. And this is just a graphic to once again give you an idea of how it works from policy to project. So on the left-hand side, you have the work program. You have the call topic and you have the text. And from there, you're going to have the destinations with the expected impacts. These are those policy priorities that I referred to again, that the commission says, this is really urgent, that we want to respond to. Then you get to the topic. And here, once again, you have those expected impacts, but translated into the expected outcomes that are expected by the time the project is both over and beyond. The expected impacts, as I said, are the longer term impacts that your project, is going to contribute to. But the expected are the shorter terms by the end of the project. You have the topic and its scope being the problem that you have to respond to. When you get to your proposal, what you need to then say is, with our project, we're going to have so many results of such type that responds to this problem statement. We're also going to, as a result of these particular results, our project outputs, contribute to the stated expected outcomes, which are our midterm outcomes. So expected outcomes are nothing more than the midterm. And then ultimately, via these midterm outcomes, which are then, these midterm outcomes, we're going to, in this way, contribute to this longer term impact that the commission wants to have. And the way in which we're going to do this is through the way in which we interact with, how we disseminate, how we exploit, or I should say how we disseminate these outputs amongst our targeted stakeholder groups for this project, and then how from there, those outputs can be further exploited in other groups who are of relevance to this particular issue. So this is the way in which impact works from the priority to the topic, I should say from the strategic plan and the priorities, the political priorities, to the work program, to your proposal on up. All right. Were there any questions? Okay. All right, so now what I want to do is just share with you a few slides related to each destination that gives you some helpful information regarding the specific documents that you should be looking at that inform the policy orientations of the various destinations and the thematic overviews of the calls. So in each and every destination, the Sustainable Development Goals are very present. In the case of the first destination, democracy and governance, the most important SDGs to take into consideration are number 5 and number 16. Gender equality and peace, justice, and strong institutions. As I said, these are hyperlinks, so this will take you directly to the UN SDG website. What's also really important is the EU policy framework. In this particular case, as I mentioned, there are 6 policy priorities of the current van der Leyen Commission. I have not listed them here, but if you want to know them, you can either go directly to the Commission's website or you can ask me and I can help you. But in the case of destination number 1, what you really need to familiarize yourself with would be the document A New Push for European Democracy, because this outlines really the broad orientations and approach and interest that the current commission has when it comes to the topic of democracy in Europe. You should also look at the European Democracy Action Plan, as well as visit the website of the Conference of the Future of Europe. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this conference, but it's a conference that took place last year. It was very stakeholder driven. It was very much about co-creation, and it was something that was a build-up of a longer process. So it was really this idea of democracy in action about how to build a better future for Europe. And so all of these documents are really important to familiarize yourself with because they inform the various topics that are going to be opening. This is just a sign, but you can click on each and all of those in order to get to the documents. There are also links within the work program itself that you can click on. I haven't included everything. It's very important when you are applying to topics in any cluster, but especially in cluster 2, that you read the topics very carefully because often they do mention as well background documents that you should be looking into in order to understand how to respond to the problem. In the case of Destination 2, cultural heritage, once again, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which are very important. What you also should be looking into here is the European Green Deal. As mentioned at the beginning of our session today, the European Green Deal, although it may not sound like it has any relationship to Cluster 2, it actually has a very big relationship to Cluster 2. And one way in which that is illustrated is via what is known as the New European Bauhaus Initiative. For those of you who have not yet heard of what the New European Bauhaus Initiative is, or NEB, which is maybe how I'll be referring to it. This is essentially the aesthetic and cultural dimension of the Green Deal. It's the way in which the van der Leyen Commission envisions the way in which this digital and green transition can be more, I guess you could say, aesthetically and visually and concretely translated into our daily lives, the way in which you would be living a green transition sort of thing. What's also important to look into would be when it comes to the topics in Cluster 2, I highly emphasize looking at the New European Agenda for Culture. Excuse me, I need a drink of water. 1 second. This is the background document that refers to the establishment of the Creative Europe program, but it's also really relevant for the topics in Cluster 2 of Horizon Europe, and is specifically as they relate to Destination 2. What you might also want to do is have a look at the UU work program for Culture 2019 to 2022, as well as the upcoming work plan for Culture 2023-2026. The work program for 2023-2026 is still in draft form, but it's something that you should nonetheless familiarize yourself with because it does have a little bit of influence on the topics that are going to be published very soon for 2024. But it's also really important, as I mentioned, to look at the prior work plan for culture because that heavily influences the topics that are going to be opening. And then, as I mentioned before, it is worth your time to also have a look at the Creative Europe program. And here's a link to that as well. Yes.
In Destination 1, you were mentioned specific sustainable development goals related to the destination.
Yeah.
And which sustainable development goals are interrelated with the Destination 2?
That is really much broader. I didn't actually see any specific ones for 2023, 2024. If you look at the introduction to the Cluster 2 work program, I think from 2021, 2022, it names them. So we can talk afterwards, and I can try and get you that
As far as
information.
I know, only the 11th Sustainable Development Goal mention restoration and conservation
I
of
think that's
cultural
right.
heritage for sustainable cities, and there is nothing else in the Sustainable Development
I
Goals
think
about
you're
cultural
right.
heritage.
I think you're right, but I'll double check that for you. You're welcome. Were there any additional questions? Okay. All right, then I will now move to destination 3 and just talk briefly about what you should be looking at here. Once again, the Sustainable Development Goals play a role. There were none that I saw specifically related to the upcoming calls, but I can also look here to see. But it's just good to identify, or I should say to familiarize yourself with the SDGs that are more related to work, economy, job creation, that sort of thing. Also, gender equality. I think number 16, once again, plays a role here. Other documents that are really important here would be the OECD document that was published in 2017, Understanding the Socioeconomic Divide in Europe. This here is essentially just an overview of what this particular document is focused on. And this is a very core document for the Commission in terms of the approach it is taking to its social and economic policy in Horizon Europe. So it's definitely important to familiarize yourself with this particular document. When it comes to EU policies more specifically, please have a look at the document An Economy That Works for People, as well as, once again, have a look at the European Green Deal, because within destination number 3, there's also emphasis on understanding how to support Europe's green and digital transitions. Another thing is very important, I would say almost essential reading here would be A Europe Fit for the Digital Age, as well as a European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan. I cannot overemphasize the importance of looking at the social plan because it's mentioned by name in a number of topics. And so this is just something you should really understand and be familiar with. Okay.
Kimberly,
Yes.
one question. So as far as I see, I realize that there are a lot of documents. The ones that you're mentioning as part of the ones that are related to the destination, as well as there will be, in addition, some more that are specifically or explicitly mentioned in the call topic description, correct?
Yeah.
So another homework for the participants here is to identify a list of those calls that are related to the call topic that they are targeting. So this is one thing. And they have to do that, and they need to come out by tomorrow with a clear idea what should be those policy documents that they need to consider for the topic in order to be successful. Now my question and follow-up question on that is, okay, we have that list of policy documents. What do we need to do with them? We read them. What do we need to take out of those? Are we looking for inspiration? Are we looking for identifying problems that we have to address? Are we looking for specific solutions that our project objectives should be aligned with? Because this is a huge material document, so we need to come out with an outcome out of those. So what is your suggestion?
I would say it's definitely what you said in regard to understanding what sort of impact you need to contribute to. Because in Horizon Europe, when we think about its overall objectives, the Commission is very, very focused on improving the scientific basis of the European Commission. So that means improving the competencies of researchers who are working in Europe, making sure that they have the most current skills and can be competitive. It's also about, as I said, helping to improve Europe's economic competitiveness in the world. For example, there's a lot of emphasis on improving Europe's cultural industries standing in the world. So if we think, for example, the United States, where I'm from, we have Hollywood, right? I mean, we have such enormous cultural influence, but it's also an enormous moneymaker. But we also have many other industries that are very important. I mean, we have technology, we have the tech industry. You know, it's like, how can you improve Europe via research and also via the sort of innovations that are going to be funded through Horizon Europe to help improve Europe along the lines of that objective. And then you also have this objective of societal transformation. You know, how can you have a more just Europe? How can you have a more equal Europe? And you're really going to understand that and the way in which your project can contribute to these kind of objectives when you understand the background to the policy thinking. And so when you do your homework tonight, for example, and as I mentioned, in calls that specifically say, you know, you should be looking at the European Pillar Social Action Plan, you need to understand, first of all, why does something like this even exist in the first place? Why does the Commission do something like this? And how do I help contribute to that? Because in many cases, if a topic is asking, for example, for policy recommendations or how to bring together different types of stakeholders on a topic, you need to understand, like, who is then normally the type of actor who would be interested in this type of topic. I mean, yes, there are researchers, but you also have people in civil society, you have organizations like NGOs, or other sort of organizations that are also working on these topics. It's trying to understand, you know, who is being, I guess you say, addressed by these topics. But I'm going to go through some examples where I think I can clarify that a little bit better.
I wonder if you provide a list of policy documents related to destinations to evaluators, because he said that it was our homework to prepare a list of relevant policy
Yeah.
documents, but we can provide dozens of policy documents, but it's not important if the evaluators doesn't aware of that policy documents.
Okay, so
And its relation to our project outcomes and expected impact.
yeah. Okay, maybe both questions, to go back to his as well. So first of all, we don't supply evaluators with anything. It is the Commission's responsibility to brief and prepare evaluators for each and every call that they're going to be evaluating. So the way in which that happens is a process that we are not 100% privy to, but they are experts also coming from these fields, so they usually are knowledgeable. But when it comes to, for example, your homework of listing out these various policy background documents, the idea when you write a proposal isn't to just say, yeah, we looked at the communication on, or I should say, we have read the European Social Rights of Action Plan. So the European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan, excuse me. More so, you would say something like, our project, on the basis of the activities planned in work package number 3, which will be looking at group interactions, I don't know, on something, we will actively be responding to this specific dimension mentioned in the European plan, or the European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan. This is something that was mentioned in the topic, and we feel that through our project, we would make a strong intervention here. That's the way you need to think about responding.
Yes, exactly. But you need to be specific.
Yeah, you need
So
to.
this is very general. If you start, that's a good start. But if you stop there, this is not enough.
Yeah.
Because you need to go one level deeper. You need to be more specific. And again, we go to the 3 dimensions that I said before. When you will achieve that, how much you will achieve that, and who will benefit out of that.
Yeah.
Because European Commission has gives a clear instruction to evaluators whenever you see general benefits to policies or to expected impacts, don't take that much in consideration.
Yeah.
You need to see what kind of studies they have and whether they have some key performance indicators in each one of them. And this is what we need to get out of that.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with that completely. We will talk about this more this afternoon when we talk more about the application specifically. It's difficult at this point to give you very specific examples, but it's exactly what he just said. I gave you kind of a generic framework of how you need to be thinking and how the type of language you need to use, but your responsibility as coordinators and as a project is to put in those specifics. What is it exactly that your project is bringing that's going to help achieve this aim and meet that expected outcome and ultimately that expected impact? That's the way in which it works.
Okay, and our responsibility as trainers here is to help the participants to do that.
Yes.
So we have to do that. So you need to exploit the experts that are here. Odysseus said that we are 5 experts, more or less. Yes, we are 5 experts. So you need to exploit us, but you need to come out with specific problems, specific challenges that you face in order to do that. So Kimberly gives you the framework, but if you leave out of this 2 days project writing camp without asking specific help on how that can be done from Apostolis, from Kimberly and me and Odysseus, and of course Ignu can contribute to that, you will live with half of the potential that the workshop can give to you. So it's up to you to see how you're going to exploit it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So, and this is just to give you an idea because we're going to talk a little bit more, or I'm going to talk a little bit more about consortia and how you can think about potential partners and people that you need to be bringing in as coordinator to your projects. But generally speaking, when it comes to cluster 2, broadly, projects are going to receive about 3 million euros in funding. They're going to run on average about 3.5 years, between 3 and 4. And they have in general about 11 to 12 partners. This is not a hard and fast rule. You can have more, you can have less. It really just depends. It's really about bringing in the most appropriate expertise to address the problem that you are trying to address. So that's what you need to keep in mind. So these are just some general statistics. And with that, I think we could take a small break. And then we'll come back and you're welcome. And then I'll explain, I'll go through the examples. Okay, so hope you all had a good break. So I think now I'm gonna get to the part that you've all been waiting for. I want to now share with you a few topics that I've selected. And here I'm going to go a little bit more into what I just discussed. What I did previously, I wanted to give you really just some background and overview for how you need to be thinking about these topics in this cluster and what you need to be aware of. So, as you know, in the first destination, there's going to be 12 topics opening. There's a total budget of 95 million euros available. The call should have opened on the 4th of October, and then we'll be closing on the 7th of February. So the topic which I decided to focus on here, and I'm only going to present 3, 1 per destination, because there are far too many, and I think it's better that we have time focused to be able to go a little bit more into detail rather than try to give a broad overview. So this is topic number 5. It is on the issue of gender roles in extremist movements and their impacts on democracy. It is a research and innovation action. It has a total of 9 million euros budget associated with it, and it is expected that 3 projects will be funded. Could be more, but mainly 3. So in this case, there are 4 expected outcomes. In your proposal, you need to respond to all 4. So what the Commission ultimately wants as an outcome of the project and its activities. Is that there be a development of a critical understanding of how gender roles in extremist, identitarian, or alt-right movement, alt-right being specifically a term for the alternative right. This is a broadly white male movement that has existed since the 2010s or so. It is very nationalist oriented. It is also rather, it's actually extremely conservative, and it is primarily online. I have put a link here to a definition that gives more background on what alt-right is. And so they want a critical understanding of how identities, or I should say, how gender roles are constructed and performed in these particular movements, and the ultimate impact that these roles and have on democracy, EU values, and fundamental rights, so fundamental European social rights. What the Commission also wants to see are insights that are evidence-based, that help to understand the role of online communities in the promotion of violent, extremist, identitarian ideals, and how there's really, and they also really want to understand the focus on male identities, masculinity more broadly in these contexts. There's also the expectation of the outcome that gender roles will be examined in relation to specific types of leadership styles, as well as narratives of leadership. They really want projects to focus on how these leadership styles and narratives are formulated in nationalist and extremist parties. And that's ultimate impact and relationship to democratic participation. The way in which decision-making and trust in governance is then affected by those involved in these particular communities, and the way in which your project can propose, as well as the proposal of alternatives to democratic leadership. And the final outcome that is expected here is that your project would ultimately develop innovative, so new, not already in existence, or some sort of change to an existing method that helps to tackle anti-democratic narratives. They want to see policy approaches recommended, so that they can also understand how, these ideals that are associated with identitarianism, with extremist behavior and nationalist beliefs can be intervened with. Okay, so now we come to the scope. So this is what your projects could and should be looking into. So what is expected is that you're going to be analyzing and or investigating the way in which these online discourses and online platforms which focus on hatred toward women, hatred toward gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer communities, racial, ethnic minorities, etc. What is going on there? They want to have investigation into why these particular discourses and online platforms exist. They also really want to understand masculinity in these contexts, because one thing about research that has already been done and funded in Horizon Europe on the topic of gender in democracy, they've been largely feminist perspectives looking at the participation of women or maybe their exclusion in politics. And so the Commission, via this particular topic, they want to understand the involvement of men, and specifically men who are being drawn to these anti-democratic spaces, and why. Yes. Yeah, so, but that doesn't exclude, for example, also looking at the role of women, say, in these contexts, but the emphasis is very much on looking at masculinities in this context. And they really want to understand how the emphasis on masculinities in these spaces impact the way in which these men who are involved understand being part of a democracy or not, and how has that impacted the way they view EU core values, and the way in which change is currently taking place politically in Europe. They want to also understand the relationship between these really very heavy top-down autocratic sort of leadership styles with those that are coming from the bottom up that are created in these communities. So that's what you need to also take into consideration with your projects. And you also need to think about these methods. Once again, methods of intervention that can help support policymakers and others active in the community to intervene with these men and maybe help bring them out of these spaces, or how to then engage with them in a non-antagonistic way. This topic is very interdisciplinary in what is expected. It states very clearly in the scope that an interdisciplinary research approach is expected, in particular one that brings together the social sciences and political sciences. And you also need to think about including maybe the computer sciences and artificial intelligence expertise. Okay. All right, so back to this notion of projects and what you need to think about as a coordinator, and what I was saying before when it came to this policy information. So for the topic, Democracy 2024-0105, gender, what would be really useful, what you need to understand also is that this particular project is any projects that are going to be funded under this topic, they need to work with projects that are going to be funded under this particular topic that's going to be funded in cluster 3. Because this goes back to that notion of synergies. So this is something you need to think about when you're writing your proposals, that you would seek to work actively with projects funded under this topic. This is actually expected. Here are some examples of some projects that have already been funded, which are of relevance to this topic. They're mentioned here because you should look at them in order to understand, for example, what approaches have they taken to look at gender-related issues in the context of democracy research in Europe. For example, there's the project Push Backlash, which looks at anti-gender discourses. As mentioned in this current topic, 0105, the emphasis is on the Commission understands that in these online communities and platforms where men are basically being radicalized, there's a lot of hate speech or just general animus being generated. And you can look at these other projects in order to get an idea of how can you, if you're not already familiar, research this topic, or who could you bring into your consortia to help you address that issue. Then if you want to learn more about how other projects currently funded or previously funded are dealing with the topic of extremism, then have a look at these, which are mentioned here, because once again, you have the opportunity to think about, okay, potential consortia partners, as well as research approaches, or maybe output ideas that might be really sensible to propose in relation to this particular topic. All right. So I also brainstormed a little bit about who could be in your consortia if you were to apply to this particular topic. As I already mentioned, it's expected that this be an interdisciplinary consortia. So that means that you should definitely be communicating with other researchers in the social science and humanities, but also in the STEM disciplines, because as you already know, it's looking at online communities, online platforms. So, for example, it would make a lot of sense to have maybe an informatics expert or an information scientist or someone who is familiar with not AI, excuse me, with those sort of topics to help you understand maybe the technical communicative dimensions of what's going on here. It was already mentioned you need to bring in political scientists, and particular types of political scientists you might want to think about bringing in our policy experts, public policy scholars, or those who look specifically at political behavior and how is political behavior being affected by the involvement of men in these spaces. You can bring in sociologists who look at issues of gender or race. You could also bring in anthropologists. Anthropologists are great because they look at things like hate groups in different, culture. You look at things like misogyny across culture. What forms does it take and why? That can give you some idea into like value creation and what constitutes people's values, that sort of thing. This topic also mentions that you could look at the issue of extremism from a historical perspective. That's something to take into consideration because maybe you have a historian who's looked at fascist movements in different places around the world. They could help you to understand, what is neo-fascism in the context of this type of a problem, these sort of things. So that's really maybe looking at it from an academic perspective. From a non-academic perspective, as I said, you might want to think about working with like a small, medium-sized enterprise who's maybe specialized in the production of platforms. They don't necessarily need to be, say, active research partners, but they could be advisory board members. You should definitely involve policymakers, maybe at the local level, maybe at the communal level. It just depends on what the focus of your research might be. But policymakers would definitely be good to have involved. In this case, you might want to think about coordinating, say, with like national or regional policymakers who are focused on, say, the internet and internet security or something like that. These are just things that immediately come to mind, but these are just some ideas about how you might want to think about the way you formulate your proposals and your consortia. Any questions?
I'm not sure if this is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. While I understand the disciplines, especially for social science. I appreciate the philosophers are included here, but for instance, academics coming from art-based, let's say, educational background who is also doing this kind of research. They don't have a place in much of the documents if it's really, it says, we need an artist as well, just to make an exhibition. But I'm doing all of this, plus I'm looking at the art, how artists are responding to these issues as well. So, how to get, get yourself into a consortium while, there isn't any formulation. I do look at especially gender ideologies or anti-minoritarian discourses, but, it's just sometimes, it's really difficult to tell people that, okay, I do this as well, but, kind of.
So you're saying that yourself,
as a, inclusion of it, if I am going to get into a consortium, let's say.
For example, it depends. You could say that one of the methodologies that your project is going to utilize is going to be, say, art-based research on on these topics. You could you could have a work package, for example, on that, where it's led by an expert in that. You could have specific activities that involve, say research activities that revolve, that are planned, that require the involvement of these types of actors. So that's one way you can get them, or you could get, people included who maybe are not traditional. So, I mean, this is really just, yeah. It's really about the sensibleness of the expertise that you're proposing to address the problem. And it's really about how well you argue for that involvement. Yeah. You're welcome.
Okay. Just one question for the participants. How many are planning to submit a call under this? Please raise your hands as coordinators.
2, 3, 4, 4. Okay.
4. Okay. It's good to know. Kimberly, we've seen a list of expected outcomes and a list of expected scope objectives. Do we need to address all of them?
No. Yeah. Well, I'll go back. Yes, you have to respond to, you have to indicate in your proposal how your project is going to respond to each of these expected outcomes. So how are you going to contribute? What specific outputs, activities are going to help achieve these outcomes? So that means you have to be very concrete when you talk about your outputs and what's going to help you do that. For example, you could have policy briefs that are produced that help provide insights into the online communities, or papers that are going to be, publications, depending on the journal, whatever. You could also have trainings that are part of your activities. You could have public forums, community gatherings, stakeholder workshops, these are the sort of things that, you could think about including in your project activities that help to meet these outcomes. And so these are just some ideas. Maybe when you're doing your homework, you might want to brainstorm a little bit.
So what you need actually to do is to specify as an applicant what should be those results from your projects that will support the completion of those benefits by the end of the project, because we're talking about expected outcomes, correct?
Yeah.
I know that the definition the European Commission says that this should be achieved during or shortly after the end of the project, but since we are talking about a competitive call, I would like to hear your view that if there is a project that commits to achieve those expected outcomes by the end of the project, so to be assessed, to be reviewed, whether it has achieved those outcomes and how much they have achieved, will have an advantage in comparison to another proposal that says that we'll achieve some of those benefits 1 year after the end of the project. Is that something that you could...
I think it really depends. I mean, you could write both things, but that's really going to come down, for example, to the indicators that your project proposes to help monitor your actual progression toward the achievement of those outcomes. You have to be practical and pragmatic as well. I think that's one thing. I mean, the Commission asks for ambitious research, but you also have to be realistic of what's possible. So don't promise what you cannot provide. Don't say, that you're going to solve the problem of gender, or that you're going to solve the problem of gender exclusion by the end of your project, because that's just not going to happen.
But you have to commit on this.
You have
because
to commit.
This is all that you have to achieve.
Yes.
So the only difference is whether you're going to achieve them by the end of the project or shortly after the end of the project. if you have to choose between those two, in order to be more specific,
I would say then after, like because as I mentioned earlier, the thing about the expected outcomes is that they're asking what are going to be the midterm impacts that the project has. And so,
what do you mean with the midterm? When is that?
So-
What is the where is that requested the midterm impacts?
at the expected outcome, that's what the commission,
No, the outcomes, the definition of the expected outcomes are the contributions from your project results
Yeah.
that should be achieved during the project execution
During or
shortly after.
yes.
Or shortly after.
Yes.
So if there is one project that says I'm going to achieve these outcomes by the end of the project, and in a pragmatic way, and there is another project that says I'm going to achieve them in 1 year from now, by the end of the project, which one will have an advantage?
It's hard to say. It is really hard to say. If one is, I mean, I cannot say definitively that a project that says we will achieve the first outcome after 1 year, but the following by the end of the project, that's okay. I think either is okay. It's really about demonstrating how are you going to reach that one
Yes.
outcome by the end of the first
Yes,
year, and
but
how
there
are
is-
you? Yeah.
But there's one difference. By the end of the project, you have a project review. And you will be assessed whether you have achieved those expected outcomes that you promised by the end of the
Yes,
project.
but you also have a project review at each periodic point in your project.
Yes, but you don't have any review after the end of the project. So if you say that you're going to achieve something after the end of the project, you're not going to be assessed whether you have achieved those. And my question to you, I have a question mark. And this is why I'm asking
Okay,
you that.
now I think I understand your question better. Okay.
So my question is, if you have the choice and you believe that you can achieve those expected outcomes by the end of the project, and you have the choice that you can achieve them also 1 year after the end of the project, which one you should use?
I mean,
And that's a question. It's not something that I
Yeah.
take position.
no, it's okay. I would say if you claim in your proposal or you state in your proposal that you will meet these expected incomes after 1 year. you
Expected outcomes, no,
Sorry,
expected
expected
outcomes.
outcome.
Yes.
Sorry, expected outcomes after 1 year, you probably have less of a chance of getting funded because the commission is probably, or the evaluator is probably going to ask, how can you do it so quickly? You have time. So it's better to think of this on a timeline and to pragmatically think, okay, we're going to meet these expected outcomes by the end of the project, but it's going to be cumulative. It's building on outputs achieved by this point in the project and outputs achieved by this point. So you can have slightly different time scales in your project, but the idea is by the end of the project, you would be contributing to each of these outcomes.
So that's a good point. If I understand well, you need to have by the end of the project what you're going to achieve, how many, the scale, how many will benefit, the significance,
Yes.
how much they will benefit. Then you have the option to say 1 year, after that, 2 years, accumulate it, as you said, how much bigger the scale would be, because you would be disseminating. And then in a long term, you can say also 5 years after the end of the project, what else I have accumulated to
Yes.
achieve. So that you think is the best approach, as
I
far
think
as I
that that's a
understand from
very
what you're saying?
sensible approach. I think it's one that's
Okay.
logical, because, I mean, if you say, this project is going to achieve these outcomes after 1 year, that's both ambitious, but it's also not really believable.
Okay. Good point.
I mean,
Very good.
I just.
Thank you for that.
You're
We
welcome.
have a question over there.
Maybe I will support your question or some remarks. I mean, it depends on the design of the project, if you
Yes.
ask me. First, you need to define significant, measurable outcomes, first of all, during the project. And
It's okay.
it is question or remark, up to you. I mean, the second thing, the sustainability of the project. After ending the project, how you design your project in the sustainable way, and do we need to define the KPIs or outcomes for post-project time? For example, I am technical, not social expert, but okay, doesn't matter if you ask me. I mean, the design of the project should be related to significant measures of after the project. I mean, what do you think about this? Then it can be accepted, because I think European Union gives us money or proposes money to, I mean, to extend the duration of the project after the defined time.
Okay, so to answer at least part of your question, because I think there were 3 parts to it. What you have to do is you have to explicitly state how your project is going to meet these outcomes, right? And also how it can help contribute to the broader impacts that the commission wants to see. You can do this, and what you need to do this in your proposals by saying the outputs of activities from work package X on, this is just generic, will be disseminated to the stakeholders identified. And through that, you also need to explain, and so you need to explain that, and you also need to explain, how can that, so first it's disseminated to that group so that they become aware of whatever it is, say this policy brief, and then from there you can then say, how can that be further exploited? And then from there, how can that further exploitation occur? So there, I mean, certain things, when it comes to like that broader expected impact, you can't necessarily know how that's going to happen because projects are finite. But you can give some idea, and you must give some idea so that evaluators understand, okay, they have thought about this output has this immediate group that it needs to be shared with, and then from there it can be carried over into, so kind of think in those terms. And when you are describing this, you also need to set clear indicators, like how many, how, sort of ways that you'll be able to monitor this. I mean, we're going to talk about this again in the second half of the day. So right now, I want to just continue going through the topics, but then we'll get into more the practical. You have a question?
Deliver what it's promised. Because this is, the money is already spent, and to what extent you can deviate, because you need to be specific, right? When it comes to outcomes, expected outcomes. So to what extent you can deviate from what you promised?
Well, when you have your contract, you've signed your grant agreement, and that's based on a negotiation with the commission as to ultimately what the project needs to deliver, right? The scope and the deliver, what outputs. If in the course of the project you find that what you initially proposed is not feasible for many various reasons, then you would need to speak with your project officer about potential changes, because there are many things that come up. You can't know. But you have to be proactive and notify far enough in advance so that either an alternative can be made or proposed that makes more sense, but just not delivering is not really acceptable. So that's why you have to be very, very careful when you're thinking about your projects as to what is feasible and what is fantasy. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think what failed. I don't know. I don't think there's anything that's like never that's been funded and that has not produced anything. No, that doesn't happen. No. No. Okay, so now I'd like to move on to the next topic, which is in Destination 2, the cultural heritage. Here we have 5 topics open, and we have a total budget of 65 million and the same deadline. Okay, this is just briefly because I already mentioned this notion of the new European Bauhaus. New European Bauhaus, once again, is, as I mentioned, the more aesthetic, cultural, creative dimension of the European Green Deal. And the reason I put that there is because the topic that I have brought to share with you is the first topic that is open in the 2024 calls in Destination 2. And this is the new European Bauhaus, innovative solutions for greener and fairer ways of life through arts and culture, architecture, and design for all. It is an innovation action, and it has a total budget of 16 million euros, and up to 3 projects are expected to be funded. One thing to note, innovation actions are new in Cluster 2. We are not traditionally the space for these types of activities, but the Commission has determined that it's really important that topics of this nature are going to be opened in this cluster as well. And it really corresponds well with the European Bauhaus initiative because, once again, in this call, we have 3 expected outcomes, and you must, once again, if you are going to be applying to this particular topic, respond to all 3 on the basis of what we just discussed. What is expected? Innovative solutions. In particular, the Commission wants you to execute piloting activities, and they want to make sure that these have been validated, that demonstrate the way in which the EU's investments in the new European Bauhaus initiative are actually having impact in the areas of cultural heritage and the cultural and creative industries. They also expect greater understanding and visibility of the role that culture-led innovation can have, and this needs to come from the perspective of the new European Bauhaus. I'm going to explain that in just a second. And they also expect there to be greater and broader and wider involvement of citizens in Europe. Here, social inclusion is really important. And they also want to make sure that there's the preservation and enhancement of cultural heritage through engagement in local ecosystems. All right, so scope, as I mentioned, what is expected in this particular, in projects funded under this particular topic? You have a question? Yeah. I mean, it might be easier if I go through, but I don't know what your question is.
Because it was for the previous one. The previous slide.
Okay. Also, yeah.
Yes.
Wait. You mean the expected outcome?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the first one, innovative solutions validated in pilot trials, demonstrating how strategic investments. I mean, it sounds like the Commission has something in mind, but put it in a very broad. And do you have an idea? Because number 2, 3.
Yeah, let me explain the scope, and I
Yes.
think that will maybe answer your question.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Yeah, and you are correct. The Commission likes to write in a way that is not easy to understand. So, which is why in part I'm going through the topic. So, once again, this idea of that expected outcome that, so this is an idea that Commissioner van der Leyen had, that the green and digital transitions, this idea that Europe become more digitalized, but also greener in the sense that it's moving away from carbon emissions to more eco-friendly tools and services. This is where, but the idea is that you also want to have a Europe that is beautiful and livable, that has green spaces, but also has spaces that are architecturally conducive to these new, say, climate related rules and laws and requirements, and ways in which people live more communally with each other, and the way that these spaces are designed to support that. So this is really kind of the background to the thinking to the new European Bauhaus. And in this particular topic, what projects are expected to do is to engage in piloting demonstration activities. So basically, what you're going to have to do is show how your project is going to test, demonstrate, and refine innovative solutions that it proposes to help achieve those expected outcomes. In doing so, you have to bring together infrastructures. They could be European level infrastructure projects. They could also be national level projects. But there's an expectation that there be a cooperative effort here between science, business, industry, and especially different industries within the cultural and creative industry sector. So they need to be involved in these pilots because they need to be able to give their feedback and expertise. What's also expected is that there be at least 5 small-scale trials that take place, but these have to take place across a minimum of 3 EU member states or associated countries. So the thing about these types of requirements, that doesn't mean that you can't have a partner that is not an EU member state, but you just have to double check if they are eligible for funding. There's a list available, I can share that with you, but that is the minimum requirement here. The other thing is that any solutions that are suggested, they must be replicable, and they have to be replicable at a geographic scale. So that means that if you do something here in Turkey, or say you do something in France, if that's a partner, it has to work also in Germany. It has to also work in Greece. It can't just be something that works in the context of a single country. It has to be EU-wide. What you can take into consideration in terms of these solutions is the use of renewables. You can think about the role in which art and design, quality architecture plays, and also think about building synergies with craft and industrial skills and technique situations. Something else that should be taken into consideration is these things like regeneration, life extension of buildings that are already there, but maybe using different approaches to rehabilitate them and coming up with new ideas. Additionally, just 1 second, please. Let me just finish this and I'll take a question. Just to continue the scope quickly, the other idea behind this topic is that you come up with ideas that can help guide other actors in other territories and contexts. You need to build on pre-existing knowledge that has been developed already in the context of the New European Bauhaus Initiative. You need to also look into involving and or interacting with other dimensions of the New European Bauhaus Initiative. And keep in mind that in your proposals, you need to take into consideration what's known as NUTS level 1 countries. And this is an economic statistical marker that just explains like economic activity in Europe. So an example would be an example of a NUTS level 1 country is Germany or France. And then there are different levels. If you go to this website, which I have here highlighted under NUTS level 1, then you can get a better idea of who is in what category. Okay, your question?
So European Commission expect us feasible outcomes by using 3 million euros disseminated to 12 partners, at least 3 countries with 5 pilots, by using renewable energy systems, monitoring solutions,
You
and
could.
restoration and conservation implementation.
Yeah.
It is not feasible. I'm sorry for
But the thing
for
is-
3 million euros
Yeah.
for 11 and 12 partners, because we divide all the budget and we will implement renewable energy sources and very expensive monitoring IoT infrastructure for 5 pilots. It's impossible.
So, that's a really good point, and it's actually something to think about. So, you understand you have a budgetary limitation. That means maybe you're not going to have 10 to 12 partners. You have to be very, very thoughtful about who is involved in this particular consortia in order to help achieve those expected outcomes. That also means you have to think about what sort of activities. Now, these are all should. This is a key word, should. That doesn't mean you have to do all of these things, but these are some ideas and suggestions of what your project could engage in activity-wise to help achieve those expected outcomes. So when reading topics, you always have to read a little bit with an eye of what, like you said, is feasible. What can you actually do in this context with the partners that you want to work with based on the project idea that you're going to propose that can help meet these aims. So it doesn't mean it's impossible, but it is a challenge. Sorry, let him give you.
For this call, implementation, some of the implementation is happen in the municipalities. So they have to add some money for the budget of this project.
I'm sorry, where does it take place?
For the implementation, municipalities.
Expertise, yes.
Municipalities,
I'm sorry.
Yes. Adding to this project, and they have to give add some budget for this kind of project, because the application projects and we have to show this kind of budget from the municipalities.
No, not necessarily. No. I mean, the budget comes directly from the commission, so the 3 million is from the commission, and that's what they have allocated for one project. Or, well, no, I think it was 16 million in total. So it's not 3 million. It would be divided a little bit differently here. So I guess you would have closer to like 4.5, 5, or 5.5 actually for the project. But like I said, in this case, because most of you sitting here, I mean, you mentioned that you are coming more from a technical background, but
architectural background actually. So probably we will make an application on the sites.
Yeah.
So the municipalities also, we act the municipalities as a local authority. So, but we don't know they have to add some budget for this kind of project or not.
Technically, they should not have to. You should be able to, any project you propose should be able to be carried out with the budget that is allocated.
Okay.
Yeah.
If can I make one clarification on that before we have the next question regarding the budget? First of all, we need to understand that this is innovation action. So that means that you're not supposed to start from zero. You have a specific budget allocated to that, but you don't have to zero up to developing 5 pilots in 5 different locations. Innovation action means that your starting point already from zero at the beginning of the project is that you have developed something that most likely it has been either pilot tested with a handful of end users, or it has been just completed all the experiments in the lab. So you have already a prototype that works. And that is your starting point. If you don't have a prototype that works, then you cannot participate in this project. Why? Because that's an innovation action. It's not a research innovation action.
Yes.
In a research innovation action, you have to start, okay, from basic research, develop something. But in order to be successful in that particular call, you have already a starting point. So you need to identify, as Kimberly will show you, some of the projects that are highly related to this call. You need to make sure that you are part of them, or you need to make sure that you were part of them, or you have some similar solutions that will form as a starting point. If you don't have that, you should not participate in this call. As simple as that. It will be waste of resources and money. One point on that. And the other thing that we need to realize, when it says should and not could. So proposals, there are three different, in English grammar, there are three different levels: must, should, and could. Must is absolutely, you need to go through everything that is there. Should implies that, but it has a little bit less, it gives you some flexibility, but very limited one. And then could means that you have the option to avoid some of them. These are just ideas. Since it has should, this means that you have to address them. They have to be part of your project. Do you want something to ask on that before we have the next question? So let's have a dialogue very quickly. So give the microphone to the first lady there.
Oh, it's right behind you.
In terms of cultural heritage, we always have some prototype established in military systems or other science or branches of science. So our approach is innovation for implementing those prototypes and systems into protecting cultural heritage. But since they are prototypes, they are very expensive technologies, actually. For example,
Have they developed? They have been developed as a prototype.
Yes, they have been developed
Okay.
and
So you
implemented in other sectors. Like
Okay.
That's okay.
Yes.
That is actually okay. And that's a really key thing to understand for this topic, for example. You can easily take something that was developed for maybe a different sector and see, can you replicate it in a different sector? And like you said, you're not starting from scratch. You're building off of what already exists. I understand some things might be very expensive, but you need to also think, to what extent do you want to continue its development? So these are the things, like, once again, being pragmatic, looking around at what is already there, what you can build off of to help build a successful application.
Okay.
Okay,
So
thank you.
is it clear?
Yes, it's clear, but my last question in my mind is cheaper integration projects would be enough to meet the expected outcomes of the European Union.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what you propose as long as it is something that you can actually test, and that you can test, that you can demonstrate, that you can refine, and that ultimately can be scaled up to the levels that are expected. Yeah. So it doesn't have to be some super, mega billion thing. It can be something smaller that has applicability to the requirements of the topic. Yeah.
As far as we see some arts and culture as a description of the title and not saying CCIs, is there any specific description of what arts
Yeah, I'm going to
mean in
actually
EU?
continue because there's still something I wanted to share with you. So, but what do you mean by specific?
What type of arts do you mean on the title? What EU means?
It could be
Is there any
broad.
description?
No, I mean, arts can be, it can
I mean, we
be,
call UNCTADs up to 10, for example.
sorry?
United Nations description of CCIs
You can
describes
use-
something is.
Yes.
If
like-
I write it down in this way, our perspective is related to United Nations according to the arts, whatever. So it will be acceptable.
You could do that,
Thank you.
yes, but you should also be specific which ones. Yeah. Okay. So, yes.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I mean, as I understand, for innovation projects, innovation action projects, the tier level should start up to 4, 5, yeah?
I'm
Who-
not an expert on innovation
Yeah,
actions,
I'm-
so I think it would be best maybe to contact, I don't know, Ilknor, if that's something that you have to advise.
Okay. Do you know any idea? My question: what should be the reached TRL level? I mean,
It
7,
is
8.
not
Do we
indicated
need?
in this topic, so it's not, as I mentioned, this is new to cluster 2. We do not normally test TRL, so that is a big difference. If I go back, what is expected here is not necessarily to say, okay, this product is going to be brought to market by this particular time. No, the scope of this topic is really the commission wants you to tell them, you know, the solutions that we are proposing in relation to this topic. They have been tested, they have been demonstrated, and they have been refined. We have done it on the context, we have done it according to what's been required, 5-scale, small-scale trials. And keep in mind, small scale. They're not expecting these huge consortia country sort of projects, small scale. And the idea is that you just need to make sure that they're replicable and that they've taken these sort of things into consideration, because all of this has to really still be related to the ideals of the new European Bauhaus Initiative. So this is what I wanted to say. So the new European Bauhaus Initiative, it has 3, I guess you could say, prongs to it. The first one being that that it be beautiful, sustainable, and together. So, and this is the whole thinking behind it, because the idea is that ultimately the Commission would like to have a Europe that is built on valuing the climate goals that it has set, that there be no pollution, that there be a circular economy, and that biodiversity is supported and promoted. So it's all about sustainability. Additionally, it's about an aesthetically beautiful Europe, one that it's not about just a functional design, a space that one can live in, but it's a space that people feel comfortable in because it brings them joy and comfort, and it's because of its beauty. And the third prong is this notion of inclusion, this idea that diversity is valued, and that diversity in all its forms, so not just people, but also just ideas of living and working and buying, shopping, things like that, and that all of this is accessible, that it's affordable. So that might mean thinking about, have you ever heard about this 15-minute plan from the Commission, this idea that everything should be accessible within 15 minutes walking. So you develop spaces where people can move away from the usage of cars because you build communities that have all of the amenities necessary, within 15 minutes walking. So for this particular topic, it is stated specifically at the beginning of the topic that you should look at the communication on the new European Bauhaus, because that's something that's going to give you more insight into what is meant by this first expected outcome, that the innovative solutions that have been validated in the pilot trials, that they demonstrate how the strategic investments in the spirit of the new European Bauhaus Initiative and cultural heritage and the CCIs can be successfully realized. So when you look at this communication, it will give you an idea of like what the Commission is talking about in relation to that first expected outcome. And then once again, I've given you a link to what nuts are. Okay, so last slide in relation to this particular topic, and as Nicolas already mentioned, it would be very, very, very important that you have a look at projects such as Heritage Act, the Heritage Activation through Engaging Experiences towards Sustainable Development project, because I believe this was funded under the new European Bauhaus Initiative, and this can give you ideas of who to work with, and maybe whether or not coordinating makes sense, or if instead you should actually then be a partner. Also, you could look at the project Palpenset, which is specifically looking at the way in which cultural drivers, so art, for example, or maybe certain cultural or creative industries help to drive sustainable living spaces. And also for projects that are a little bit more focused on the usage of green technologies, you can either look at Go Green or Green Art. There are many more that you can access also if you go to, for example, the Cordis website of the European Commission, because this is a huge database that lists projects going back, I believe, to FP7. That was the precursor project to Horizon 2020. And so there are many projects that can provide good food for thought, ideas for for approaches, for things that you can do, activities, as well as potential partners. Or you could look, I believe, at the Horizon results platform, which is at the Horizon Europe website for more ideas on projects. Okay. And so once again, some ideas for particularly or a possibly successful consortium. You need to think in terms of transsectoral cooperation. So you would be working maybe with other academic disciplines, but you would also be working like with artists, for example, or people, like it mentions, you need to work with managers. So you need to reach out to managerial level of whichever particular CCI sector you're looking at, be it music or design or fashion. You could, look at technical schools. You could think vocationally. You could think this. I believe in this topic, it also specifically mentions that you should be working with S-free research infrastructures. These are basically just large-scale infrastructures that are active at a European level, but many of these have country partners. It's up to you to determine which one would make sense. It's hard to say broadly. And then also you would probably want to work with community organizations, so municipalities would make a lot of sense here. Policymakers at different levels, you could go all the way up to national, European. It just depends. So that would be ideas for consortia.
Thank you very much for the presentation for the morning session. So I have two questions. I'm particularly interested in the democracy calls, but I just want to wait to ask the questions at the end.
Yeah.
Once you finish this part. So one is more broader, and I guess it applies for all the different calls. So how much do we know about who is constructing these calls ideas? Because they are probably exposed to some already existing research in Europe, and then they kind of like inspire some ideas or the motives or methodologies to form these call texts. And sometimes I even pinpoint certain individuals since I am familiar with their research. And the second thing is most of the calls have some data, some privacy, data protection related concerns, and we need to write a part for data protection. And GDPR and our local KVKK has different guidelines. So what type of recommendation would you give about GDPR? Because one of our Chistera call struggled quite a lot with that. We started the project, but we are still having issues with where to work with the data, where to store the data. And one call that I have been actually planning to submit have this section saying proposals should leverage the data and services available through European research infrastructure federated under the European Open Science Cloud. So what can you say about this infrastructure, or what is the needs for using these particular services?
I can start with the third. The reason why the Commission specifically recommends working with infrastructures funded under the European Open Science Cloud is because they want to promote the usage of the European Open Science Cloud. So that's why you would need to involve these actors if you could. Your second question, sorry, again was, the GDPR. Yeah, that is a good question. If you were to, don't know the Turkish data protection law, but I could imagine that it probably has at least components that correspond to GDPR. I know, for example, from experience in my own project that I'm in, and having written the data management plan, that we are situated in Germany as coordinator. However, we have partners who are third country partners, and so the way we work is that GDPR is the overarching that everyone needs to basically respond to. But then when it comes to activities carried out by a specific beneficiary in the project, their national laws would apply for their country. So that's the case. But GDPR sort of is the overarching. When it comes to, say, data storage, it's usually best to use some sort of repository that is what the commission calls trusted. So that usually, what's the name? It's not coming to me right now, but there's a list. Open Air, for example, was a project. And then there's another one, I'm sorry, it's not coming to me right now, that you could use. Anything that's really sensitive, usually would have to be sensitive. Mm.
So process means conducting any data analysis. And at the end, which puts most of the associated countries is like, we need to have certain computational resources within EU, or having affiliations or some permissions to use other EU institutions' infrastructures. And for certain practicalities, maybe for PIs, creating such access is feasible. But every time there's a new students involved in the project, it's kind of like really challenging over the times.
This is a really specific question. Can I come back to you about that? Because that's really
Yeah,
super specific.
perfect.
Your first question was also, sorry, the first part you started?
First question was about like who writes or responsible
Oh,
with
yes.
the text, because
Yes.
sometimes they can be quite specific.
Yeah. So in the case of all clusters, but in cluster 2, there are 3 directorate generals at the European Commission who are responsible for the creation of this work program. So in the context of Destination 1, that would be the General Directorate for Research and Innovation, DGRTD is what it's called. And they also have some involvement, I believe they're from, no, I think they're DGRTD, and then it's EAC. No, Connect's not there. And then in the case of Destination 2, you have the General Directorate for European, EAC is what it's called. It's European Arts and Culture. They're also the Director General that's responsible for the Creative Europe program. Here you also have the involvement, I believe, of RTD. And then with Cluster 3, you also have DG Employ. And this is, it has a much larger title, but it's employment issues. That's why you see these issues focused on job creation, social policy, education. I believe the education and culture, and yes, so the 3 that I mentioned. I just forgot the full title or the full name. So those are the ones. And so it doesn't help you, I just want to let you know, to go to these. I mean, you could go to the websites of these different directorate generals in order to understand what sort of a focus they have. But more so, it's important just to look at the documents, these policy documents that are listed, because that already gives you an idea of what's important for you to know when it comes to these topics. Okay. All right. So the last topic that I want to present to you is in Destination 3. There will be 11 topics, or there are 11 topics that are open, and they've got a total budget of 96 million, and they will be closing also on the 7th of February. So the topic that I chose to share with you today, it is the loneliness topic, and it is once again also a different type of funding instrument. It is a coordination and support action. So what you need to understand in the case of a coordination support action is that these are really funding mechanisms that the Commission uses to help with the dissemination of certain types of information. It helps with the networking of experts and different types of stakeholders in relation to a specific topic. It is usually, there's usually only one project funded under CSAs, and that will be the case here as well. It can either be coordinated by a single entity or by a consortia. So in this particular case, the focus here is on policy recommendations from socioeconomic impacts of loneliness in Europe. The reason for focus on loneliness is because it is a major social issue, not just in Europe, but also globally. But it's one that the Commission is very committed to better understanding because of the impact it can have on social cohesion, as well as trust and governance. There are health dimensions associated with it as well, but that is not the focus here in Cluster 2. So once again, you have a number of expected outcomes to which your project needs to contribute. The first being a contribution on behavioral changes for a more resilient and just society. So what they mean by behavioral changes is the idea of what sort of behaviors do people need to engage in so that they do not become lonely. And when we talk about a just society, we mean one where everybody has access and is equally treated. So what is also expected here is that your project would provide information on key aspects related to the impact of loneliness in Europe. You must do this specifically by pooling, mapping data on the topic of, and this data must be socioeconomic in nature on loneliness. So you'll have to look at previous studies, for example, previous projects that have been looking at loneliness from maybe a socioeconomic perspective. You also need to provide evidence-based recommendations because you need to provide information to help support policies that are going to combat loneliness. You need to create a framework to help monitor loneliness. And this needs to be something that has long-term perspectives. And then you also need to, as I mentioned, create a network. This network needs to be comprised of various experts, stakeholders on the topic of loneliness, as well as policymakers, because they want to create an opportunity for people to have interactions to communicate with each other on this important topic. So, what is expected? This is a project that asks for specific cooperation with previously funded and to-be funded projects on the topic of loneliness. Specifically, it is requested, oh, that's something I wanted to mention actually, is specifically expected that projects interact with the JRC here. And you should look at this current pilot project on loneliness to get an idea of like what sort of research they've been doing, because you need to make use of existing data. Something I forgot to mention with the previous topic, but I want to mention here, this topic as well as the previous one is a lump sum topic. So in this particular case, you're going to have to divide your budget differently than you would for a regular topic, but I will explain that. And also as mentioned, this is one that has a specific condition of working with the JRC. So what that means is projects are not required to, but it is highly recommended because they want to learn as much as they can. You need to engage in comparative analysis. You have to look at risk factors. You have to look at trends that are that are associated with loneliness. And this needs to be done in different member states. You need to provide evidence that's going to help to design policies that are effective in fighting loneliness. You also need to develop, like I mentioned, long-term monitoring activities associated with loneliness. You need to, in this project, also think about how you can nurture public debate so that people are talking about this more. So you're going to need to think about what sort of activities are going to contribute to that. And you also need to think about the promotion of new technologies that are going to help to quantify and assess these social economic effects. Are there any questions? Okay. So as with the other two topics, what would be really good to familiarize yourself more with what sort of research has already been funded or is currently taking place in relation to the topic of loneliness is to go to the Joint Research Center's website and read about their loneliness project. There are some additional publications that are available. There's also a mapping that has been done that could give you some idea about how to develop your monitoring system or what should be included. And then there are also projects. There's one project that I've included here, which was actually funded under a Societal Challenge 6 in Horizon 2020, which was the precursor to Cluster 2, so the Social Sciences and Humanities Challenge. And you can also look, for example, at projects, at this project that was funded by the European Research Council on loneliness to get an idea also about social and ethical dimensions of loneliness. Okay, and so lastly, as in the other cases, when you're thinking about your potential consortia, and this, as I mentioned, because this is a coordination support action, if you plan to be the only organization to submit a proposal to this, then you should also be looking across your university or your organization to see what other sort of expertise is available to help meet the expertise requirements of this topic. As I mentioned, you could have experts on loneliness as part of your advisory board. You can bring in prominent scholars on the topic. Doesn't matter the geographical location. You could look, across the fields of sociology and medicine, philosophy. You definitely need to include JRC, but you could also include things like health ministries or hospitals and maybe even schools, because in this topic, they mention looking at the way various populations, young people, people with migration backgrounds who don't have support systems readily available, people coming from the LGBTQ community, people who are unemployed, and how loneliness is a factor in their lives. All right. So I am now at the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any additional questions you may have.
You can catch Kimberly during the lunch, and if you agree, we can break now because we are 15 minutes late.
So we meet at 1:30.
Mm-hmm.
We meet at 1:30, 45 minutes. Is that enough for everyone? Yes, thank you. See you, enjoy your lunch. We had a very interesting morning session. You've seen that Kimberly showed to you the intelligence behind some of the calls.
Yes.
Not all of the calls that you are that you should be interested in, but you got the methodology and the mindset behind them. So what you need to, for each one of the calls that you're interested, you need to identify the related expected impacts. You need to identify whether you need to address and how all the expected outcomes as well as all the scope objectives. You need to identify who should be on board in your consortium, which type of non-academic partners, which type of academic partners should be on board. All these, also the policy documents that you need to take into consideration. So actually, Kimberly said that for a handful of proposal for specific proposal call topics. You have now the knowledge either to investigate further on those topics or to apply the same framework in the topics that we didn't address. So now what is still pending is, okay, we have now a call. We know how to analyze it, scrutinize it, take it the intelligence. So the afternoon will be spent for how to write a specific proposal in cluster 2. As soon as you have already targeted the call topic. So first, Apostolis is our first trainer on that. We'll go through the full proposal development cycle. What are the steps that are needed to develop a success proposal in cluster 2? Then he will emphasize one level deeper how to deal with that in the excellence section. What is the excellence section? Excellence section is one of the three sections in the technical description of the proposal that you need to elaborate. There are excellence, impact, and implementation. So Apostolis will deal with the excellence and the implementation, and Kimberly will deal with the impact section. Do you need to be absolutely good in all three? Yes. If you want to have a successful proposal, you need to know how to write high-quality proposal sections in each one of the three different elements. So I would like to welcome Apostolis. Apostolis, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
And welcome to our training. Yeah?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. We had a very, first of all, hi. I know it's after lunch, and it's going to be a bit more difficult for both from me and from you. Grab some coffee and some patience because we are into it for a longish ride. I would like to thank Kimberly for all the information that she has provided us concerning the details of the call and the topic and all the background information that we need to have in order to start building. I will, as Nicola said, I'm going to elaborate a bit more on very specific stuff. Some things are generic, some things will be more specific, and we'll try to make it as specific as possible during the discussion. I would love to have some feedback whenever you feel something is not well explained or something you need some more clarifications, or you have a comment or you have anything, please interrupt. I saw from what happened earlier that we won't have a problem with that, so please continue to do so. And let's start. So a few words about myself, very few, I promise. A few comments on essential proposal development steps, how to start building up a potential project idea. And then some writing tips and good examples for the excellence section, and then implementation section. There's going to be a break here for me, and you're going to continue with Kimberly on the impact part before me going to the implementation part. Let me just go from that side so that I'm not interrupting Kimberly's view. So about myself, I have a PhD in theoretical physics, not very relevant to CL2, but anyway. I'm very active in technology transfer innovation support in EU funding programs since 2007, a bit after I did my PhD and some of my research activities. I had been a national contact point for FP7, H2020, Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe up until previous May. My expertise was mostly on NMPB, where I was also a national expert in the program committee. During my all those years, I have attracted something like 15 million euros of competitive funding since 2009 in various, let's say, programming funding programs, European and national ones. Roughly a quarter of that is for my organization. I'm working at Forth. Forth is a large research center in the largest research center currently in Greece. We have 10 research institutes. We are very active and very competitive in proposal writing. Actually, I think we are the very first research center in Greece that took it, let's say, a very professional look into attracting EU funding. We're doing that since the 80s. And we are currently leading in Greece in the, let's say, having the most ERC grants in Greece, and we are actually second. We are only surpassed by CERT at the moment in attracting money from Horizon Europe. We are going to beat them at that. We are ranking first among the research centers in Greece in all comparative, let's say, evaluations conducted by international committees. So this is my background, and let's start carrying on a bit with what we are here to discuss about. This is something which is very essential, the terminology. I think we discussed it earlier. Kimberly said a lot on that. Nicolas commented a lot on that. This is very important in order to understand how you're going to design your project. Because there are certain things here, certain places, certain terms that you need to understand, and certain places that you need to start looking at for information in order to understand what you're dealing with and how you're going to design everything that needs to be addressed. So I think the scope, outcomes, and impacts is something that was discussed earlier. The scope provides the challenges and the objectives that each funded project should focus and implement by its ends. Apologies for being short. I'm trying, there are proper definitions that you can find for those things inside the templates of each proposal, but we need to understand here that what everything is about. The objectives are the goals of the work performed within the project, what we want to achieve. The activities are the actions that we're trying to implement, broken down in work packages and tasks to achieve the objectives of the project. These activities are going to have some results, which are generated during the project implementation. They could be part of the deliverables, or they could not be deliverables, not necessarily deliverables. We have outcomes, which are the midterm benefits. The definition says during or shortly after the end of the project from the project results, but it's good to be close to that definite limit. And then we have the impacts, which are the long-term benefits and generally occur at some time after the end of the project. Now, usually when you have to see how you design the project, you have to understand how the project and how you're going to design it is going to provide and address the challenges that are coming from the call and the topic text. So in the things as we had broken them down earlier, we see that usually the results have to be in relation to the scope, roughly. Okay. Now the results have some outcomes in midterm which have to meet roughly the expected outcomes of the topic. And then you have the impact in long term. The outcomes have to the impact of the project. We have to fulfill somehow the expected incomes asked from the call. So to put it in other words, you have to design a project in a way that addresses what the call and the topic want. Okay. A bit of background. You have to understand, we have to understand, because we're making the same, this mistake a lot of times, is especially with the top-down topics, we may have good ideas as researchers, but we need to change them, alter them a bit, so that they focus on what the European Union wants to fund. Because this is something that deals with policy, and this is something that is being funded by European taxpayers. So we cannot suggest a project that is completely out of context. It may be a brilliant idea, but we have to, I'll use a word that maybe is not correct, disguise it in a way that meets the call and the topic. Okay? So this is my way, and it's not the only way, and it's not the correct way for everybody to start designing. This is how I do it. Usually I do it in a piece of paper. I'll show you such a result afterwards, and be kind with that. How to start building block by block what you want to do in the project, how to have, let's say, a broad concept idea. The first part is to identify the challenges, needs, and state of the art. How do you do that? We have to do some literature review. Usually, if you are going to coordinate, you are expert on the field, so you know the literature better than I do. But you also have to check with Cordis to see other projects that are relevant. I think this is what Kimberly also showed earlier for some topics, is part of the things that you need to do to understand. Also the scope and the work program. Okay, maybe a few discussions with colleagues. This gives you more or less what currently the current situation is, and where are the gaps, where you need to intervene. Okay, this is most of the calls that we have at this at CL2 are top down, so we know more or less the gaps. Okay, but you don't feel like you are constrained with only with what the call says. Okay, you have to address what the call says, but you also have to bring in your ideas and to understand to understand and provide the whole context. After that, sketch some possible solutions. All right, I have to be very rough. I don't have to be perfect, because you are going to iterate it and discuss it with colleagues afterwards, and it's going to be further refined. Some of the solutions are going to be going to look, although they are going to look perfect and extraordinary in the beginning, you realize at some point in the middle that they're not so good, etc. Then you have to start to design the activities, and I'm not talking about a complete description of the work plan, but some very rough details on how you're going to achieve what solution, and then start to have the breakdown, group them in tasks and work packages. Again, you don't have to put a description here, okay? Just a very rough outline. And we are going to do this work in this and this and this and this way. Everything, okay, this more or less is not going to change because it's a given, in a way, but the rest, be prepared. They're not written in stone. Be prepared to change them along the way, okay? Then you have to understand, to put down what are the results, what you expect to achieve in the end. The slides are going to be available, I think, as of tonight or the day after, so you don't have to take photos in case you... So you have to think of the outputs and the results that the activities are going to have, and they have to be, again, in relation to what you already is needed by the topic. Very important, we have to identify who benefits. Okay, and then you have to relate it with the project outcomes. This is the time where you start thinking about the communication, the exploitation part and the sustainability part, how the project results are going to be used, who is going to use them, how, what are you going to do as a project during the implementation of the project for the results that you're going to achieve to have impact. So this is the answer that has to be answered here in order to start writing what the project impacts are. Okay, and how, don't forget the slide before, the slide which was before that one. Everything has to relate also with the topic. And then, when it comes down, you have sketched, let's say, the work, more or less. You have sketched, you know who is going to benefit, what you're going to achieve, and when. then you have to start thinking how you're going to do it. So you have to start writing down what you need in terms of knowledge, maybe infrastructure, maybe intellectual property, money. How much money do you need? What's the rough budget that you need? Something which is really important when we're talking about Horizon Europe, something that Kimberly also mentioned earlier, most of us we know the challenges in our countries, but we need to understand that Horizon Europe is not going to fund something that it matters only to one EU country, or only one country. You have to provide a European dimension. The European dimension has many aspects. You have to understand that you have to, let's say, not understand, but you have to make sure that you pass the message that the problem that you are trying to address is large and has a European dimension, that the experts that you are bringing in, and the expertise and the knowledge and the partners in the end, are also coming from a broad spectrum throughout Europe, not just from expertise, not just from knowledge expertise, but actual geographical expertise. Let me just put it like that. Maybe it's not a very correct term, but you have to include it that. You have to persuade that you are tackling with a European problem in a European way to provide a European solution. Let me just put it very as simplistically as possible. Okay? And then you start looking for potential partners or type of partners. Okay, you may have some colleagues that you know well and they are good at the field of work and what they're doing throughout Europe or elsewhere. But maybe this is not always enough. As you saw from the topics description from Kimberly, sometimes you need to include also expertise and scientists from fields that are not different from what we are doing. Okay, you may be on the humanities side. You need some expertise from the engineering side, from some topics. Okay, but you need to think of what kind of partners you need in order to start looking. And then you do a very rough estimation of the budget and a breakdown. Who does what? How much money do you think every activity needs? And then it's, let's say, it's not magic, but it's a bit of an Excel exercise how we are going to distribute it in a way that makes the project work. Yes, please.
As a coordinator for the design stage, you can think of the potential team, but in reality, what we usually face is like we gathered a group of people, and then when we contact another expert in the field, they might already in the process of like forming another team. So sometimes these two teams may merge, or other people may join. So in this stage, do you think particular names or certain personas? A person who is in computer science doing data mining, such and such, or you have names in mind, or how do you kind of like mitigate conflicts of like a person may already involve in another project, or then if a merger occur between two consortium, then who will be the new, let's say, coordinator? Because I guess theory and practice may differ, right?
Well, it depends. Well, exactly. I think the last point was the most correct. It depends on many, let's say, factors. Sometimes you have a very mature project idea and the other team doesn't. If you bring them in, because you have a more mature idea, which means that you are going to take most of the effort in writing down, then you can demand to be a coordinator. And of course, you have one more say in who is going to join in or not. Now, if the partner you are bringing in is stellar and you want to be on good terms with them, you let them play a leading role, okay? And you let them, let's say, not really coordinate, but have an active part, always with you in control, of what the partners they are bringing in are doing. Okay, that's one model. It's not a perfect model. Okay, if you are going in with, let's say, a rougher idea in your mind and a smaller consortium, you have to make to try diplomatically. It takes a lot of diplomacy here because you are committed to your own consortium in a way, and you don't want to sell them off in order for you to go there. You have to create a deal to bring them all with you. Okay. Sometimes, if the other project has a better, a more mature idea, that will not be a problem. But if the projects are on par, that's a difficult balancing exercise. And there is no one, there's not a solution which fits every case. You need a good negotiator if you're not the one. Okay? Excellent. That's my rough example. Okay, this is for a twinning project actually that I was designing this summer. But this is, actually it's not, you see only 4 pages here. This is very rough, okay? It has, let's say, the objectives and the activities and the impacts and the methodology and the roadmap. It took me a couple of days to do that. I completely decoupled from my computer. That's the best way to do it. Don't expect to do that in front of a computer screen. You need pen and paper, old-fashioned. I'm old-fashioned, sorry. This is not the final, okay? This is something that, and this is not the final, and also, I'm not showing here something like 100 pieces of paper, the other 100 pages that were full of information that I didn't want and everything, and useless paper that I used, draft paper. But this is a draft as well. So if you do that, here I have also a roadmap that extends beyond the end of the project up until 2030, for example. I'm trying to sketch I'm not good in sketches, as you can see. But anyway, it was a very good, very clear for us, for my team, because this wasn't something that they did alone. They had a lot of people input there, but this was a very good rough idea to know from the beginning what we are dealing with and what we wanted to do and achieve. Let's say this is a more complete from a project made them up. Let's say a more official description. It doesn't have any activities in it, but it gives an example of the potential relationships between work package objectives, outcomes, and the impact of project. I'm taking here, I think there are a couple of slides in that, and then we start with the excellence part. When it comes to building a consortium, we said earlier we have to identify key partner needs. I'm taking here the viewpoint of a coordinator who wants to build, who is pretty sure about the consistency of their idea. They think it's perfect. They have managed to pull all the blocks together, and they need to build a consortium. You have to identify the key partner needs, roles and responsibilities, and who do you need to deliver in the proposed project. You have to identify the best possible partners you want to have in the consortium in order to achieve what you have designed. You have to break down, let's say, the suitable partners according to type, sector, expertise, experience, commitment. You have to make that list in order to be able to, for you to have a better understanding what you want. You'd use your existing networks in order to start searching. Cordis is a very convenient tool because Cordis has all the, as Kimberly said earlier, it has all the information about EU-funded projects from FP7, Horizon 2020, and Horizon Europe. that are currently being granted, implemented, or finished, and they have also the partners in each project. So you can find from there who are the organizations that are more active in the field. Then you have to do, of course, a bit of Google searching, because Cordis provides you with a university, not with a team within the university. That's a problem. So it needs a little bit more digging, but the information is there. You can start from there. And if you have students, it's a nice work that they can do. Okay? Not very, let's say, productive, but still, it's something that needs to be done, because they need to be trained in doing that, but they have to start doing it. Another possibility is matchmaking events. Yes. Usually they are organized by the NCPs during the info days. I think whether there is one on CL2, Ilknur will let you know about. On Thursday, excellent. But is it open? Excellent. Or is it still open? Excellent. So you can explain later on, since you know better. But usually there are matchmaking events organized by the European Union or the European Commission or the NCPs, or together, or the Enterprise Europe Network you are familiar with, which have, let's say, dedicated sessions for matchmaking for EU funding. The info days, we're talking about NCPs. You can contact your NCP in Turkey, Ilknur, and tell her that, look, I prepare a project with this and that and that. How can we find partners that we need in this and this and this specific field? The NCPs have an entire network throughout Europe with people who are like them, know their environment, so they can provide you with the most appropriate contact. And then, of course, there is the Enterprise Europe Network, which is more targeting SMEs, but you can also utilize it, use it as a tool. Now, how to attract them? You have to prepare a very clear, very short concept, which is relevant to the call. You have to sell it. It's a pitch. Tell them why it's good for them to be there. So it has to be personalized. You will utilize the activity or the process or the data that you have here. You can check how they can be used in the concept that we are designing at the moment, and see how we can, in a way, exploit what you have already done. And tell them what you expect from them in terms of maybe knowledge to bring in infrastructure, data, how much time then you need them to be on the project. I'm not going to discuss the process of how to start writing up, because there is something better on the web on that. It's actually from a training coming from this project, the one by Grigoris Hadzikostas, proposal writing as a project, how to organize time and resources. He says it much better than I could ever possibly do. So I suggest that you read that. I think it will provide you with a new viewpoint, and a very good one, and very effective one to my point of view, of how to organize the work of preparing a proposal. Okay. He's using an agile methodology, very quick. He also go and see it. It's good. Trust me. It's very good. Okay. And I think that Odysseus mentioned that earlier. The help desk has a lot of information inside on also very on horizontal issues, not only on this is something that I think it should be stressed again. There is a trove of information, and it's really very nice to have information there from things that you don't really expect to find anywhere else, and it's really concentrated there, and I think you should use it. I'm stopping here in case there are any questions or comments or disagreements. Maybe a good fight will wake us up. No? You understood everything? Okay. We'll see tomorrow. Good. Exactly.
At the same time, different kinds of formations. So when you're bringing us the examples or like best examples, how would you, I mean, they have, of course, they're the best examples for a reason, but the need to tailor these examples for our purposes, which criteria,
yeah.
criteria that we need to look out for. Yeah, I mean, there is no one answer to this, but is there anything else you can say about this thing? I mean, any kind of tip, you know? For instance, if you acted as an expert in any of the calls that you evaluated, what are the points that you see that the teams bring out that help them to get the call, or didn't help them and they didn't get the call, for instance? I know it's difficult, but
It's difficult, but I'm going to give a very generic answer, which is to the point. Consistency, maturity. So I'm going to use just one word answers. Consistency, maturity, and the third one is not a one word answer. All the questions are answered. The good examples are to provide you with a feeling of how you must address the problem that you have in front of you. Okay. The template provides you with a very good sketch of what needs to be answered. Everything needs to be answered. And the challenges in the scope, most of the times, apart from the things that should be treated, etc., but you know them, what are they? You have to address them completely. But you have to make it look. This is something that will come later on in the proposal and in the presentation, and it deals with what I said earlier. You have to provide with a consistent narrative.
Yeah.
Because you have to persuade the evaluator, and this deals with what is written here. You have to persuade the evaluator that you know what you are talking about, and you're not proposing nonsense.
Well, okay.
And because there are times that the evaluator doesn't have a lot of time in order to see what's hidden behind the lines. The Commission, the project officers in the European Commission have a lot of time, and they can hide behind the lines whatever they want. Okay, but the proposal writer knows that the evaluator doesn't have time. So you have to be explicit from the beginning. You have to be clear. You have to answer all the questions. You have to check your proposal vis-a-vis the evaluation criteria. These are in the template. We are very lucky that the European Commission provides a very detailed template on what they want to be answered, and the evaluators, let's say, the hint that they are given, the direction that they are given, is that they have to check with the evaluation criteria. Okay, you have to sell it, of course, to the evaluator and tell them that, look, I have looked it from everywhere, every point, and have patched every hole in my argument, and it's consistent, and it's mature, and I know what I'm talking about, and what I'm suggesting to do is realistic. I can measure it, and you can, and at the end there are deliverables that results that can be used, not necessarily deliverables, results that are useful. Okay, and it's an exercise. I mean, there is a draft. I mean, there are guidelines, but always you have to think about each project separately, individually. Okay. So, said a few things about the evaluators. Fortunately, they are human beings. Okay, that's good, because they are more easily persuaded than hopefully machines. Usually, they have a very broad expertise on the field, but not specific. Apologies. This means that things need to be explained. You have to train them in the way, and usually, English is a foreign language to them. Okay, which means that sometimes they will not be able to understand perfectly what you're talking about. This means that you have to make it as easy for them as possible, which means, yes.
Can I just add to that last point in what you were saying with the language? It's really important not to take it for granted that the evaluator knows your field. So also try to avoid using too much jargon. Try to use terms that are commonly understandable, but still explain what it is that might be related to your field.
And if you need jargon, you need to explain in the beginning, right, what this means. Okay? So you have to make it easy. Follow the templates. If you don't follow the templates, there is no chance that you're going to be funded. Forget it. Consistent formatting throughout. How the proposal looks is very crucial. So consistent formatting, which means that consistent fonts, consistent everything. The text has to be justified. You have to provide nice visuals. The proposal needs to look that somebody has given it some affection and love. Okay. Block text is text. Okay. Block text is text that you're typing.
Yeah, but table, I mean, if it's not applicable, I mean, you say don't write like
You'll
too
see
many.
you'll see some examples later on.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of things that need to be to show that they are relevant to the topic, relevant to the impact, relevant to make it easier for them, and not and you shouldn't write it in text, and you should make a table that says what I'm doing here is relevant to the topic there. You'll see some examples later on. Okay.
For the expected outcomes, you can make a table. You can put expected outcomes, and you can show how you are covering the expected outcome in the proposal. Yeah.
Okay. And using images and appealing visuals. It has to look professional. I would also suggest to have a graphic designer nearby to give them the sketches. I want this graphic to look like that, to convey that message. Please do whatever you can to make it beautiful. Okay? No typos. No typos. Okay?
People who are applying to
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. And I have it. You're an art. You're okay. Okay. Art. Dissemination, exploitation, especially communication of science, is something that art can play a great role, and it can provide. Sorry about the interruption here, but it's something that is really missing. Usually the communication is really conservative, I would say, very old-fashioned, but somebody can bring art in and design extremely nice and innovative and groundbreaking stuff, and spread the message, whatever message a project has to do, in a much better way. And it's going to be truly innovative if you see such kind of activities in those proposals. So if you are working in a university or an engineering school, talk to them in order to have a specific task to combine their outputs and how you can present it as an exhibition, for example, or something else. Brackets closed. No typos. No typos. Even for somebody who doesn't know English, it's annoying. Okay? How many of you are professors or teaching in universities? Most of you. Aren't you annoyed when your students provide texts with mistakes and typos? Not really. Yes or no? Huh? Yes. Okay. Okay. It's the same thing. Okay? Exactly the same thing. The evaluators as human beings have to be persuaded that you are going to provide everything for the project to be implemented in the way you designed it. So these small details are very important. It means that if you put effort in a 3-month project to write a proposal, you are going to put that much effort as well, not equal, but in analogy to the implementation of the project. They will understand that you love what you're doing. Okay? So first impressions matter. It's really important to pitch the project in the first page. We have to sell it, let's say, before you start discussing under one point or before one point, excellence. You have to use, let's say, invest half a page to say a few things about the project that are going to be the introduction. It's going to be less formal than the abstract, but its purpose is to pass the message from the beginning and make the evaluator see the proposal with a positive eye. So you have to explain, to say in the beginning that the problem we are solving is very important, it's relevant to the EU, what we said earlier. You have in a way to say what's the competition and the state of the art, and explain why, and be a bit nasty, and say why the current solutions and the normal solutions do not address it and do not solve the problem that we have. Describe that the solutions that we are proposing is very ambitious, and we are going to solve the challenges in an amazing way. Okay, you don't have to use the word in an amazing way, but you have to tell them that your solution is going to be groundbreaking, and it's something that has not been tested in the field. Okay, you are going to do it for the first time. That you have the best in the team that it's going to be implemented, and that the team is reliable and effective, and that it's the best for the job, and that the project in the end will have a very wide impact in key EU priorities. So you're addressing the challenge here, the first 2 bullets, the implementation, and finally the impact. Okay, the impact is important. It's not last, but not it's last by purpose. You have to tell them that when we finish, we are going to do something that the European Union really wants to achieve, and we are going to contribute to that with our amazing team and our amazing solution, we are going to tackle this unbreakable challenge. We are going to break it. And I suggest that you should give this task also to a professional graphic designer in case you feel that the space is not enough. Maybe do it like an infographic. Okay? So we have, I think the topics are research, innovation, actions, and CSAs, most of them. These are the let's say, the criteria for evaluation. I'm going to talk mostly about RIAs because the CSAs are, in a way, allow me a mathematical expression, is a subset of what we're talking about in RIA. There are some page limits. I can't remember them at the moment, but you have to think that, especially for the CSA, and I think there is a RIA topic which is a lump sum, you can have an additional 3 pages to the topic, which I would suggest to invest in the implementation part. Okay? So this is the structure according to the first one is the 1.1 objectives and ambition. If you see the template, this is the only subsections, and then you have some, let's say, bullet points that tells you what the answers that need to be answered and addressed within the proposal. So it's good for organizational reasons to break them down into subsections. So the first part could be the needs and challenges, should be half a page. The aims and the objectives, 1.5 pages, and the ambition, which is really important for the RIA, to be 1.5 pages. Now this is here the place where you start building your narrative. Okay, this is the place where you need to persuade the evaluator that you understand the challenge very well. Okay, you know what you're talking about, and you start trying to write down how you're going to, what you're trying to address, to give them to let them know that you understand the problem well, and maybe a rough discussion, a proposed solutions that will meet your needs and challenges. Here you start to describe the challenges and the needs from the topic, from the literature review, the things that we discussed earlier, if you remember when we had the nice diagrams, because the diagrams that we had earlier in the process of designing the proposal, at some point you will get them and you will put them in the proposal template and you're going to expand them and write them as they should be written, more or less. So here you have to briefly describe the challenges and the needs, the topic and the literature review. You have to include all aspects, the scientific, the social, the business, policy, etc. Most of them, you will have to find them, if you don't know them already because you are expert on the field, you have to look for them in the appropriate sources. The policy documents that Kimberly showed us earlier, maybe research papers that you know better, all the possible sources of information. And then try to see how a very rough description of the challenges that the topic has and the challenge that we have identified with some potential solutions. I have provided with for the transformation topic a very rough. Don't take it too literally. Okay, this is for the purpose of showing it off, than the purpose of taking literally what should be addressed. After you have any questions? Okay, good. After that, you have to go to aims and objectives, where you have to briefly describe the objectives of your proposed work. We have already done that when we're doing the concept, or we have noted them down in bullets. But then you have to explain why the objectives of the proposed work are also pertinent to the work program topic. If you remember, before the process where we had from one side the project and the results and outcomes and outputs, how they feed in to the call topic, to the scope, the expected outcomes and expected impacts. You have to make sure and write down that objectives are measurable and verifiable. This is what Nicolas was mentioning a lot in the morning. You have to be very specific and you have to say, I will do this, I will measure it like that, and the measure is 5. Okay? I have an example later on. And you have to make sure that the objectives are realistically achievable. So they are realistic, yes. So they must have relation to the work program topic, be linked with the needs, be linked with the work packages and tasks, with the partners, with the deliverables, with the outcomes, KPIs, and be linked with the impacts, the objectives. And you have to make sure that consistency, okay? It's consistency is a magical word. You have to make sure that whatever you put, it's very easy when you write a project proposal to have loose ends. And this is a source of loose ends. Tables. Okay. Can you see back there, because I think the letters are a bit small. So instead of writing block text, you make it easy for the evaluator to understand the objective of your project and how it is linked with everything else. You are using a table, and it has everything in front of him or her. Okay. Yes, please.
From the template proposal.
No.
Oh, okay, so you made this.
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Look, a word of caution. This is the way I designed it for a particular case. In case your project needs a different layout, you design it as best as you can. Because it may not feel, it may not be convenient for space. It takes too much space. You have to design it in a different way.
Okay, that was my concern because there's 45-page limit.
Look, if you're economical, you can design because you're not using any block text. And the evaluator knows exactly, finds very quickly the information that they need. What you lose maybe in text space, if you fill it, you gain it in clarity. And believe me, it's clarity that you need, more than the text space. Because the evaluator may have 15 minutes to evaluate your proposal. Why? Because 15. 1-5. He may put it in a Friday afternoon and decide that he will spend 15 minutes over a glass of wine. Risk management. That's risk management. No. You don't know the evaluators.
One short question is like, what kind of language or the narrative would you propose? Oops, sorry. More poetic or
more
poetic in a literature way, or more simple and easy to understand?
Easy to understand. Easy to understand.
Uh-huh.
Poetic. Shakespeare is fantastic. The language is great. I don't understand it. I did a PhD in the UK. I cannot understand it. I mean, you may take the risk of writing nice prose, okay, but it's a very large risk.
May I? Also, as mentioned, you have a page limit, and this page limit is very, very, very much followed. Literally, if you go over that page limit, you will have the rest of your proposal cut off. So it's not to your advantage to be wordy. So, and especially as social scientists, we are very guilty and humanists of using very beautiful poetic language, but that's not what's really called for here.
We don't start the text
No.
It is sunny something.
No, sorry. Very pragmatic. The problem is that we solve it that. Like
Just
what?
to clarify something, first of all, the 15 minutes are for the evaluator to get a good or a bad impression of your proposal. Doesn't mean that they will spend just 15 minutes for evaluating the proposal. I mean, they're getting paid for half a day. Many of us have been evaluators, so we use, as Apostolis says, to clarify the first minutes, 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, to get an impression whether this is a proposal that is worth evaluating or not. And we're doing that by going through the evaluation vertically, seeing the headlines, seeing the figures. So that's why Apostolis said we need to see nice visuals to have a very good impression. So that's just to confirm. Now, the other thing, and that's a question to Apostolis, we're talking now about the key objectives. And all right, we have the key objectives. We link them with what I don't see on that table. And I don't know where that table will be placed in the application, because if it is placed in the section 1.1, you still haven't addressed the work plan, the approach, the deliverables, and
you're very far away.
So where is that key objectives?
Work packages, deliverables,
Yes.
partners.
Yes. So where that table will be placed? Under section 1.1?
Yes.
So in section 1.1, you still haven't talked about the work package or
Not
the
yet,
deliverables.
not yet.
And you refer to them in a table. So I don't know how that will be a good idea for the evaluator when
Good
he
point.
looks at it to see, okay, but what is work package 1? I mean, I don't know something about work package 1. So is this something that could fit there in 1.1 or maybe in the implementation section of the proposal that you have already probably talked about it, or you will talk about the work packages in more detail. But overall, I think whenever we give something to evaluators, we need to have already the knowledge. We have already given the knowledge to them what we talk about.
Good. I think, have you finished?
And one more thing
Okay.
that I don't see here, maybe because it's far away, I apologize for that, but whether we link the objective with a specific challenge. Do we have that on that table? Because that is important. Either a scientific, societal, or economic one.
Not really, because I've discussed about the challenge and the solutions in the previous section.
Okay, okay.
So maybe there should be a better link between.
Most likely, but
Yes,
I'll
thank
leave
you.
that up to you.
1, 2, 3. Yes. The
Sorry, I would ask the same question.
Yes.
I mean, instead referring the work packages in the objectives, in the implementation, as he told, to refer related objectives when we define the work packages and deliverables and et cetera. What do you think? First. Second, by defining the objectives, we can open 2 or 3 rows to put inside the related barriers, challenges. What do you think? Third question, may I ask one more?
Let me just get the
Okay.
first two because my memory is weak. So the first one deals with whether these objectives in a way should be reflected in the objectives that you have in the work packages in the implementation part.
Yeah, vice versa.
Exactly. So they have to be interrelated, consistency. The second question was about
challenges. I mean, to put challenges as a 2 rows, 3 rows related to objectives.
barriers, not the challenges,
Barriers,
the
barriers, sorry.
The barriers should be described, I think, later on in the methodology.
Okay. The last
the
question.
last one.
Normally, in proposals, we are having 5, 6 work packages. But the amount of objectives can be changed according to demands of the calls. I mean, according to your, again, expertise, I mean, the amount of objectives, what you can say us about the amount of objectives which we define. I mean, it is maybe stupid question, but sometimes we need to take care of the amount of the objectives. And maybe, no, sorry, it is related question. No, sorry. And then sometimes, I mean, more than one work package can be related to one objective. What
Yes.
do you think about this?
Exactly. Okay. As a rule of thumb, what I'm doing personally is trying to have an objective linked with a work package. A key objective linked with a work package. But this is my personal practice, and it's not always good. Okay, and I'm a bit preoccupied with that. Okay, sometimes maybe you need to do some different, but what I'm trying to do usually in order to be as clear as possible is work like that. It cannot be it definitely is not the most convenient way. Okay, but it's my way. Sorry about that. It's the way I'm using it. Okay.
Thank you. To that point, okay, about putting this table in the section 1 and 1, I was wondering whether actually all the work packages can be described in the summary, which is in the part B of the proposal, so part A of the proposal. Briefly referring to this, do you think it's a good idea?
The part A, I don't think the part A has a
there is a summary section that, you know, when you start
the abstract.
Yeah, the abstract, yes. No.
No, the abstract is in the part A.
Yeah, okay, but she mentioned work packages.
Whether, I mean, it's a good idea to mention the work packages in the abstract. Well, yes, that was the...
Yeah, that's my question. I mean, this is what the proposal is about, and then, you know, we are going to tackle this problem in five work packages, for example, and then, you know, the review will have an idea, you know, in part 1 and 1.1 when reading.
You could do that, but I'm not sure that I would invest space in the abstract writing even the titles of the work packages.
Okay. Yeah.
But you can put the titles of the work packages here, or you can make a link. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, of course, not explaining all
This
work
is an
packages.
example of how you can structure the information. Okay. It may not be the best one, but it's a good example, which you can alter as more convenient. You wanted to add something? No? Okay, sure.
Yeah, I'll wait to my presentation because it coincides.
Okay. Then you have to provide the relevance to the work program. How is the topic addressed in the call for the proposal? This is actually apart from, I can't remember from which topic, but it comes, I think, the topic that, the one on transformations. And then the project response. Okay? So this is a way to structure information instead of having block text to provide with tables so that the evaluators can just go and do tick, tick, tick, tick, X, tick, tick, tick. Make the job easy for them. So you have more ticks than X's. Okay. A couple of very rough examples of what should be written there. And the same thing about the ambition. Write a table. Explain, sorry for having no text here, but my mind was, I was a bit out of ideas for that, but very shortly explain what's the current status now, very briefly in a specific thing, and how your project wants to go one step further, or a few steps further. You have to be ambitious in that. And very easily break down what you're going to achieve, what you're going to do better, and organize it in a table form. And it's because it's very important to present the ambition, because Horizon Europe is all about scientific excellence and impact. You have to make sure that the project is ambitious, and you have to sell it. And then we go a bit further up in the methodology. And again, you have a template, and the template has under 1.2, which is 14 pages for the RIA, and I think it's closer to 5 in the CSA 4, I think. You have, in a way, to present here, in a narrative, you have to make a nice story to explain what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, how you're going to progress, what you're going to utilize from the past, or the project that's the other projects that are being implemented next to yours, how you're bringing in other scientific fields to SSH integration in your project, how you're going to deal with the gender dimension, open science, and research management. So you break them down as in subsections in order to make it easier for you to break down the word and the text, and also to make it, everything is happening also to make the evaluator, to make the work easier for the evaluator to know, to get from the beginning, to provide them with a path to understand what they're reading about. Okay, because if sometimes it may not be from the beginning very easy for them to understand, you have to make sure that they understand that you're talking about concept and methodology. That's why you're doing this subsection breaking down. Something is missing here. So in here you have to set a stage for the full, let's say, description of your project. You have to explain the main concepts underpinning the project, and you have to describe any models and assumptions involved. This is the base work where you're going to build your idea. You have to give the to let them know that you are using also existing knowledge and you are not working out of nowhere. And you have to make them understand that there is deeper reasoning in the way you are trying to design something, a project that's going to solve the challenges needed. Now, this is, I think, a very, very important part of the project, because this is where you're actually going to write down what you're going to do. Okay? And this is a very important comment coming from the from the template. This section should be presented as a narrative. Okay? Not too many tables here, but it has to be very well developed. It has to be read like a story. It has to be consistent, and it has to link with all the various parts of the project. It has to make sense. So when somebody goes to the work plan, it will be natural to make a link with a methodology and understand that this task is done because of that. So the methodology is not the work plan. You don't explain the work packages here, okay? But what is described here must be, and allow me a mathematical expression, must have one-to-one correspondence with what is described in the section 3.1, okay? So when you are describing the activities later on, they have to make sense according to the methodology. The rationale of the project, the concept of all the activities, all should be described here in detail. Why you are doing what. All right. And it's a good idea to have references and say that we need to do this and this and this and this and that in order to get this and this and this and that, and this is going to be implemented through the activities, so WP5 task X. Okay, have to make the references. Yes?
Advice to write this section after we finished section 3, maybe.
Yes and no, in parallel. In parallel, because sometimes you find gaps in the one structure that you need to fill in, and then you understand that these gaps provide some challenges in the other section. So, to be honest, yes, you have to do the work plan first, to have a very rough sketch. And thank you for the comment; it's very crucial. Work plan first, and I mentioned it, I think, earlier in the slides when we designed the process design. The work plan first, in titles at least, and then start writing, and then the methodology. And then there is a loop, usually, in order to make them consistent with the whole thing, you need to change things accordingly, one-to-one. No. And then you have to provide, and this is from Project Solaris, which is a CL2 project, you have to provide, let's say, a visual on the methodology, so somebody can understand by looking at a picture what you're trying to achieve and how you're going to do it. It could be a PERT diagram, but usually you need a bit more detail than a PERT. Another thing that's very important when you have dealt with that is write and try to persuade and try to show that you are not working in vacuum, that you are very well aware of what's going on around you, and you are also trying to see that any national research and innovation activities that are relevant will, in a way, try to be exploited, and the activities will fit into the project, and check how the link or that link will be established. You need to do that in order to show continuity, collaboration, and it's also another aspect of EU dimension that you are building also on the work done by other EU projects. What that could be former projects of consortium partners, okay? Other former projects, e.g. from work done on past projects from Cordis, with things that are relevant to your own project, okay, and you may use, that you may build on. Also current projects and other projects that will be funded under the same topic. You don't know them at the moment, as you don't know whether your own project can be done or not. But for example, for the first bullet, you know already, because your partners, your consortium partners, are being active in that, you know exactly how you're going to use them. You can ask them how previous work could build in, and they can provide you with some small details, maybe a paragraph each, or a few sentences each, a list of projects. But the other three is a very good idea to have an appropriate task, maybe in a work package that deals with literature review, say, or in the work package of communication dissemination. It can also have an incoming communication kind of activity that you are networking with those other former projects to bring in those results. Or you can include the most appropriate expert, something that is not written here, in an external advisory board that will make sure that these results are going to fit in to the project. Okay? Let me just go back a minute, because I forgot something really important here. When we are going to discuss implementation, and you'll see in the template that this is a detail, but for some reason it looked important to me. In the previous program, there was usually you put all the information about project management, the methodology and how you're doing it, how you work as a consortium, etc. But the project management stuff in section 3. Now, in section 3, there is no such, there is not a subsection concerning project management. So this is the place in the overall methodology where you should include a part on project management. Okay? Maybe half a page with description with all the decision-making procedures, the management, maybe the management structure. Okay, but this is the place to do it. Apologies for the back and forth. This is, and I think this is very crucial for that, for these calls, is to describe how you are going to integrate in the project other disciplines, including SSH. And you have to show explicitly how it's going to be integrated in the pursuit of the objectives, and the same thing for social science and humanities. I think that because of I think you have to say more about this because you're an expert on the field, but as these projects rely heavily on social sciences and humanities, this should look like it's obvious, but nevertheless, it should be described in a few words here that it's we are using such and such in a way that the project is going to be implemented using SSH, let's say, expertise. The gender dimension is very crucial again. It's mandatory except for topics that have been identified in the work program. Now, I think it takes a whole training in order to understand how sex and gender analysis can really be brought into the mentality of research in Horizon Europe. It's very crucial, and I think the understanding is very low, especially in technical, in more, let's say, technical engineering, physical sciences aspects, because we still have a lot of work to do. But we need to understand how the gender dimension, i.e. sex or gender analysis, is taken into account in the project activities and innovation content. What is really obligatory in Horizon Europe is that we have open science practices, and there must be an integral part of the proposed methodology. This is a must. I mean, all projects have to, in a way, have have open science practices. What this means, potential activities, is to have an early and open sharing of research, for example, preprints, providing open access to scientific research inputs, for example, using EOSC or OpenAir, participation in open peer review for scientific outputs, and involving all relevant knowledge actors, including citizens, civil societies, etc. I think that the European Commission has provided very detailed and very practical guides on how to deal with this, but you can, it's very standard in a way, but you have to, in case you have data, make sure that they especially in that case, have to see how they adhere to open science practices. That's the last part, and has to deal with how data and research outputs will be managed in line with the FAIR principles, and address the following question. This is straight out of the template. There has to be a data management plan, which is an obligatory deliverable in month 6. And the following have to be addressed more or less. And I have provided you with an example from a research project, which is something that we are using at Ford for projects like that. For example, you see it's very generic and it's not something that is specific. That's it from my side. Yes?
Is on gender and sexuality, and with objectives like leadership, inclusivity, and diversity. So how are we going to respond to the question about like gender and sexuality? Is your project, I mean, my project will be all about that.
Okay.
So what should we write? I'm always like thinking about that part, really. I mean, that's my major
Okay.
dilemma. No, it's not. But
To be honest, I don't think I can answer it at the moment.
Okay.
I don't have an answer ready for that.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
Maybe we can discuss it in a break afterwards, a little bit. Excellent. We'll need a change in the. Excuse me. Yes.
I also have a question about the gender dimension at technical projects. So in cultural heritage sector, we usually focus on monitoring or implementing restoration and conservation treatments on cultural assets, mostly tangible cultural assets. So it is too challenging to find a gender dimension in this kind of project. I mean, we try to involve women restoration and conservation experts into the project, or we try to find a balance between men and women experts and researchers in the project. But it is really challenging. I wonder if you have any best examples to involving gender dimension into cultural heritage projects.
That's a very tough question. Look, well, depending on the topic, usually, if you are working for a university and you want to get money from the EU, you need to have a gender equality plan, which deals with the, let's say, the issues of what kind of opportunities and what the percentages should be between the people, the researchers who work. They have to be at least a 50-50%. But when you are dealing with a research project, this is not really the dimension that you should seek. So cultural heritage, difficult. Medicine, easier, for example. I'll take an example, a very simple example from medicine. When you are doing a clinical trial, you should make sure that 50% of the subjects are male and the other 50 are female. Okay, very clear. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This is what it means. You have to take the gender dimension. You have to take it into account for your research component. Not how many researchers, whether they are going. It is expected that you are going to have 50-50. Whether you are going to achieve it or not, it's another story. But you need to make sure that, not 50-50, but you need to make sure that the people that you are hiring, that the people that you are having, they're not going to be discriminated if they are gender or genderless or whatever. You have to make sure that they're going to be hired according to let's say, specific criteria which do not involve gender. Okay, but when you're doing research, you have to make sure that you take into account that. So if you're doing cultural heritage center in cultural heritage, I'll try to think a very simple example, simplistic, that you are going to make a project that it's going to use lasers to clean statues, marble statues. Okay, this is what my institute is doing. You have to make sure that you are going to have half of the statues to be male and half of the statues to be female. Sorry, I mean.
Or could it also be a case where, say,
It's not funny. It's not funny because it has to do with the representation that if you clean more male statues and you put more male statues in the museum and the female statues are not clean, that's you're giving a wrong impression in the audience in the end.
Could it
Apologies, I'm not an expert, but I'm dealing with that. Sorry, but I'm dealing with that without researchers at Forth. They don't know how to deal with that, but that's a very simplistic way to put it.
And also, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Also, to add to what you were saying, sometimes it also appears, say, in the cultural heritage field, maybe there's a new technique for cleaning or something that's developed. And so when it comes to gender, you have to make sure that an equal number of men and women are being trained in the use of this technique, and that there's not that imbalance there, so that there's more equity and parity in the field when it comes to competence and expertise. Okay. All right. So I hope that you still have some energy for some additional information in relation to Horizon Europe applications in Cluster 2. I'm going to talk to you now about creating a good impact section. And I wanted to actually start off by giving you a little bit of important background information on the logic related to impact that the Commission is using. You've already received a lot of information about impact, you know, that there are expected impacts and expected outcomes and all these things. Where does this come from? And how is my project supposed to relate to that? To go back a little bit, the Horizon Europe program emerged out of what was known as an ex post analysis of the previous European Framework Program on Innovation and Research, Horizon 2020. And the main conclusions of this analysis showed that the next program need to be improved in terms of its overall conceptualization. What was clear in Horizon 2020 was that there were just far too many objectives that the Commission was trying to meet, and this made it really clear, really difficult to know how projects could in fact make a difference in relation to those objectives. There's also what came to be seen as an unclear intervention logic in terms of the research that was being funded and the outcomes and the way the outputs of those funded projects were then having an impact on European society, economy, and or technology or science. And then also what was recognized is that the program just wasn't doing that good of a job of relating to its more specific objectives. So as a result, the former Commissioner of Research and Innovation and Science, Carlos Moeda, he said near the end of his term that the next framework program was going to be much more sophisticated in terms of the way it looked at impact, and it was going to have built-in mechanisms to help track the sort of progress the program was making in the short term, medium, and long term. And one way it was going to try and do that was to make sure that it's exploited the results of the projects funded more effectively. So what does that mean? Essentially means that Horizon Europe is a very impact-oriented program. This is just a general overview of what the Commission is thinking when they are thinking about impact. We've already talked about this idea of expected impacts that are coming from already identified policy priorities. And then this is represented in the research in terms of work programs. We start at the overarching level of EU policy with this intervention logic, which I will explain. You get to the clusters, the destinations. Missions is another type of funding mechanism in Horizon Europe. And then from impact design, we go to implementation, the way in which that's actually supposed to take place. We have the strategic plan, the work program, the proposal template, which you've already gained some introduction to, and then project reporting. And then that feeds into an overall tracking and evaluation and monitoring of impact by the Commission. That is done specifically according to what are known as key impact pathways, which I will explain. And then they'll also be looking at other forms of data to help get to both interim and final evaluations of the program. All right, so I mentioned this phrase, intervention logic. What is an intervention logic? As you can see from the definition here, it is nothing more than the reasoning and or reason behind the way in which a specific body, in this particular case the European Commission, thinks about the way in which a program such as Horizon Europe can have an impact on solving the specific types of issues that are facing it, and how, in fact, that program is going to deliver on the hoped for and expected impacts that have been defined for the program. So impact, another way to think about it is to think about it in terms of change. The idea here being that the Commission wants to see a certain type of change taking place in Europe at 3 different levels: at the scientific, at the societal, and then at the economic. And so there's a really particular theory of change that is behind all of this talk about impact and expected outcomes and whatnot that you've been encountering. As I mentioned, this theory envisions impact and or change in terms of specific types of alterations that are going to take place, and they're specifically going to be categorized in terms of scientific impacts and or changes to behavior or thinking, societal, and or technological. Also, this impact and or change that is hoped for is going to arise from the projects funded under the program. And ultimately, these expected impacts, they start with your project outputs. All right, so each cluster in Horizon Europe has its own intervention logic, but each cluster's intervention logic is based on that overarching one that I just mentioned. In the case of cluster 2, we are starting, as you've already seen, is this the pointer? Which one was the pointer? Ah. Gone too, wait a minute. Too fast, too fast, too fast. There we go. So I already mentioned, when it comes to cluster 2, you have 2 broad categories of priorities that are going to be influencing the nature of the research topics that are going to be published in a given work program. They're going to be they're going to be based in accordance on the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, as well as one of the 6 EC priority areas, either European Green Deal, digital age, push for new European democracy, stronger in the world, etc. So there are also what are known as key strategic orientations. Curious, how many of you have ever heard of these key strategic orientations, or KSOs? Or is this the first time? Okay, so basically these orientations are nothing more than the framework for research that's going to be carried out in the period from 2021 to 2024 in Cluster 2 and Horizon Europe. This is, I'm now at the level of the strategic plan, so this document here. And in the case of Cluster 2, these are the main key strategic orientations. There are 4 key strategic orientations in total in relation to the Horizon Europe program. A, B, C, and D. The reason you are not seeing B and C is because they are not relevant for cluster 2. Only these 2 are. And in this case, it's about the development and the promotion of key digital and enabling technology sectors and value chain. This is important for, this particular orientation is important for research in cluster 2 because of the research that the Commission would like to see done in Destination 2 in relation to cultural heritage and the CCIs. So as I talked earlier about this notion that the Commission views the culture and creative industries as drivers of job creation, drivers of innovation and change, that's really coming from here. And so you see it here as well. And then in the case of democracy, for example, you have the second KSO, or key strategic orientation, creating a more resilient, inclusive, and democratic European society. That is then reflected in the topics that you see in Destination 1 and Destination 3, as I mentioned, where Destination 1 being all about the promotion, the protection, the support and strengthening of democracy, democratic governance models, trust in democracy, etc., social cohesion. That is all coming from this particular area. I'm going to go back up for a second. No, sorry. Excuse me. And you also see it in relation to Destination 3, because I mentioned, for example, in the case of the loneliness topic, even though that topic is looking at something that many think of as maybe a mental health concern or a mental health issue, it also has to do very much with social cohesion and the way in which people feel involved and or not in democratic societies, in a democratic context, and how well they are being cared for. And so from these key strategic orientations, then you have what are known as impact areas. These impact areas are essentially that expected impact that you need to be thinking about. And then that is further translated into what the different, what is important to the Commission, as I mentioned, and then ultimately what is expected of the research and innovation that's going to be funded in Cluster 2. Any questions? Okay. And so once again, this is just that whole idea of the impact logic, this intervention logic as it relates to the work program and how policy translates down into projects and how projects translate back up into policy. So as I said, you've got the strategic planning level with the European policies, moving to the key strategic orientations. This is setting the strategic objectives of the research that's going to be asked for. Then you have, as I mentioned, once again, the impact areas, and these are the expected impacts that you need to respond to. And then we move into the work program, where we have the expected impacts that are then shown as the general objectives listed under the introductions of the destinations. And here these refer to the long-term impacts that the Commission would like to see, then the expected outcomes, and then the project results. And then you've already seen this diagram a few times, but it's once again just to remind you of the way in which impact works in Cluster 2. All right, so when we look at the application template, at the very beginning, as Apostolos mentioned, you have a long glossary of terms that you should familiarize yourself with because they're used in the actual template sections. And so if you have questions, you can refer back to this glossary to help you understand what the Commission is asking for. I have only taken out the phrases and or terms that are most relevant for the second section, the impact section, because these are the things that you really need to be able to respond to when you write your section. So the first is what is known as a pathway to impact, and a pathway to impact is nothing more than your narrativized explanation of the steps that your project is going to take in order to meet both the expected outcomes and the longer-term expected impacts for that particular topic. You need to take in to account all of the different sort of time frames, the short term, during project implementation, at the end of project implementation, and then beyond, and explains here how you need to think about these pathways, that you're starting with your outputs and or your results, the way they're going to be disseminated, exploited, communicated, and how they relate to the expected outcomes. And then you also need to state explicitly the way in which these particular outputs, be they deliverables or not, relate to the broader categories of scientific, economic, and or societal impacts listed in the work program destination. I'm not going to go through all in such detail, but also in the case results, another word I've been using, you can also refer to that as outputs, essentially what is generated by the project during its implementation phase. It can take many different forms, from know-how to actual pilot demonstrations. It can focus on trainings. It can be publications. So it can be many different things. And lastly, outcome is nothing more than the expected effects over this intermediate period that the outputs of your project is going to have. And this is specifically in relation to the way in which those outputs have been communicated and or disseminated to the various targeted stakeholder groups that you've identified for your project. And then ultimately also how that can be how those outputs can be further exploited via these stakeholder groups. Any questions? Yes. Yes, he's coming.
Yes. No, I cannot read from.
Yeah,
from here,
you'll
but I
receive
wonder,
it, so it's a bit small.
No, I was wondering, is there a clear definition of the difference and relationship between impact, outcome, result?
Yes,
Because
what I gave you here.
This is, okay, thank you.
Yes, yes. Any other questions? Okay, so I've used this phrase a couple of times, key impact. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
I'm trying to figure out, concretely what is impact, because a design idea, let's say, I've been thinking about coming out with a proposal about a sustainable development vision for a certain region in Turkey, let's say, about water scarcity, electricity problem, a design working together with energy systems department, maybe an architectural. But my initial idea was to come out with solely with design of that, rather than application of that design. So the impact is coming out with a concrete working.
Yeah. So for example,
design or just having this model would be suffice.
Well, I don't know which topic you would be applying to, but it almost doesn't sound to me as if just proposing the design is sufficient, because you need to be able to explain how the design of, say, this new model will help to achieve the expected outcomes associated with the topic. And so you need to concretely say, for example, that this proposed model will somehow change thinking of the users, maybe in relation to the way in which they use energy, or maybe in relation to other types of behaviors, making people more aware and conservative of using energy at certain times of the day, or watering at certain times or periods of the week, things like that. So you have to be concrete in terms of, and that's what I mean by impact. You have to say, you can propose this model, and that's great, but then you also have to say who's going to use that model, why does it make sense for them to use that model, and how is that going to somehow change the way they do things. Is that clear?
Okay, yeah, it's similar to earlier question raised about feasibility and how much funding you have, because coming out with the design is one phase, and implementation and generating funding for that technology in other one. So that's why I raised that question when
Okay.
what it refers impact.
Okay. Okay. Were there? Mm-hmm.
You're not expected to wait. Let me take a positive attitude, not a negative attitude with that. You are given money to produce something that will have an impact. Okay. You are being paid up to a point when you are having the result. You have to make sure that the message is communicated in a way that it will have an impact. That's more or less the mentality. So, very simplistic example out of my head. You have a new design for a fuel cell. To take a technical example, you say in your project that you are going to take all the necessary measures to be able to produce it more massively, so increase TRL. So by the end of the project, you have a process. The result is a process for a new, a new process of producing fuel cells. The outcome could be a fuel cell in a couple of years, a new one, or an industrial process. The impact will be a new and a different way of producing energy in 5 years' time. You're not expected to fund all the way up until the time that you're having, but you have to make it clear that there is a pathway between what you're designing will not stop by the end of the project, but somebody will take it up afterwards. It's going to be you, or it's going to be an industrial partner, and continue further on. But you have to make that connection. This is what actually this means. Okay? Sorry, the example might not be entirely correct, but this is the whole idea.
Actually, thank you for that. You can ask your question in a second. I just wanted to respond. And you know, your question is completely legitimate, because one of the challenges that researchers in Cluster 2 are facing in applying for funding in Horizon Europe is the fact that a lot of the thinking is much more of a technical thinking, and so it doesn't necessarily fit our frameworks of doing research. Nonetheless, that does not mean that you do not produce outputs or results that are relevant and are impactful. What I would like for you to try and do for the rest of my presentation, and maybe even for the rest of today and tomorrow, is to try and open your mind a little bit and shift your thinking a little bit along the lines of what we are talking about right now. Because no, you're not necessarily at a disadvantage, but yes, it is a bit more difficult to frame your research in the way the Commission is asking for, but you can do it. And so this is why I'm explaining to you right now this whole logic of that the European Commission has in relation to impact, because this is the way you need to start thinking. You need to put on what we call the EU glasses when looking at your research. Your research ideas are your research ideas, and they are completely valid and they are great. But you must be able to formulate them in a way so that it speaks to what the Commission is asking for as a funder. Okay. Yes, you had a question. I think you need the microphone.
In terms of protection of cultural heritage, EU Commission states that we should protect cultural heritage. And also states that we should protect them for social cohesion and...
No, let me clarify. That is not something that is specifically relevant per se for cultural heritage. That's why it's really important that you look at what is behind the topics being published in the various destinations and also in Destination 2. Look at the documents that I shared with you in my first presentation, because that gives you a really clear sense of the specific policy thinking behind these topics and what ultimately the Commission is asking via your projects to contribute to.
So we can design the impact based on impact on cultural heritage itself or impact on related communities. Am I correct?
It's both. It's via the way that you're interacting with specific stakeholders that you can have a broader impact on cultural heritage in Europe. Do you understand the difference?
Yes, I understand the difference. And other question actually is, if we design the impact to preserve cultural heritage itself, cultural assets actually, our main purpose is not increasing the quality or the current status of historical artifacts or monuments. Our main aim is to maintain their current status. So how we can formulate an impact by an approach to maintaining the current status?
That's really specific. I think that's kind of your challenge, and I think that's kind of what you need to be thinking about as you continue to develop your proposal. There's no, I mean, I think with the exercises we're going to try and do, we can maybe help you think that through, but I apologize, I don't have an answer specifically to that question. You're welcome. Okay. All right, so I just wanted to move on. As I mentioned, there's this phrase that I've used a couple of times, the key impact pathways. What are they? And the reason I'm explaining this to you because this is directly related also to how you need to think about writing your impact section. So first of all, it's a very new feature in Horizon Europe. It has to do with the way in which EU policymakers are trying to help, I should say the Commission is trying to help policymakers at various levels, not only the EU level, but also at regional, national, local, as well as the broader public to gain some sort of insight into the investments it's making in research and innovation. It wants to understand what is the benefit and the effect of the research that is getting funded in this program. So it's really very much about understanding the return on investment that the Commission is making in you as researchers in your research. These pathways, they are designed to help the the program to be monitored. It helps the Commission to capture specific examples to explain the way in which it is meeting its program goals. And it's also what helps, they are also what helps the Commission to communicate to these policymakers and the broader public the way it's making, the Horizon Europe is making an impact both during and after the program ends. And another reason, and the one that I think is most relevant for you all today, why such a thing as a key impact pathway exists, it's because it's a way that the Commission would like for you to explain your research, the way that your research outputs, your results from your projects are going to ultimately contribute to the overall impacts that the program hopes to make on Europe. So when you look at these slides later, I recommend that you come back to number 12 and you look specifically at this little topic, because once again, it explains the way that that's supposed to work. It starts with your project results, it goes to stakeholder uptake, into the broader, longer term impact, and the changes that can be affected at the societal, scientific, and or technological levels. All right, there are 9 key impact pathways in total. There are 3 categories. The first category is scientific impact, And associated with scientific impact are the 3 impact pathway indicators: creating high quality new knowledge, strengthening human capital in research and innovation, and fostering diffusion of knowledge and open science. The second is societal impact. It's got the 3 key impact pathway indicators of addressing EU policy priorities and global challenges through R&I, delivering benefits and impact via R&I missions. That's, as I mentioned, missions are a different type of funding instrument, strengthening the uptake of R&I in society. And then the third category, technological and or economic impact, is based on, it has the 3 KIPs of generating innovation-based growth, creating more and better jobs, and leveraging investments in R&I. So why am I sharing this with you? Because this is often reflected in the application form. When you are responding to section 2, it's broken down into 2 parts, 2.1 and 2.2. 2.1 asks you to describe your project's impact pathways. And one of the things it asks you about in this descriptive narrative is to explain which of the impact categories your project is contributing to. This is just a slide that provides you with a link to a very useful document that explains KIPs, the key impact pathways, a little bit more, breaks down the categories as well as the different indicators and the way in which research can contribute to it. I'm not going to play this video, but this is a link to a video that explains the KIPs in terms of researcher involvement in Horizon Europe very well. I highly recommend that you watch it because I think it might explain what I just said to you a little bit better, or might almost be easier to understand. Okay, so this is just an example of the way in which project results respond to policy priorities. I gave you the example of one of the pathways, and this is the full potential of cultural heritage, arts, and cultural and creative sectors as a driver of sustainable innovation, and a European sense of belonging is realized through a continuous engagement with society, citizens, and economic sectors, as well as through protection, restoration, and promotion of cultural heritage. The idea is that projects that are looking, for example, at cultural heritage or CCI, they would have outputs that help to achieve this. That you could say, oh, look, we've got so many projects that have been looking at this under this indicator. And the idea ultimately is that this relates to how the Commission can talk about the way in which Horizon Europe program is helping to drive technological and economic change in Europe. The way in which the Commission would ultimately talk about this kind of change more broadly is to say Horizon Europe generates more and better jobs initially in the projects themselves, and then through the exploitation of the results and their diffusion into the economy. So I believe in the previous presentation, there was this really useful graphic that you had, the hand-drawn one, where you did this lovely breakdown. I know it wasn't so easy to see, but I really loved how you just thought of everything. You went from your objectives, and then I saw this little category of impacts, and there I saw scientific, and I saw societal, and I saw policy. But policy could also have been economic, or it could have been something else. And so this is one way to help you think about the way in which your project can get there. In this particular case, this is what is asked for in terms of expected impact in the long term. That projects that Horizon Europe would be able to help, exploit the full potential of cultural heritage, arts, and culture, and the creative sectors in Europe. And so the way that you could do this in your project is to say, on the basis of our project, our intention is to identify 4 creative collaborative geographical areas where the development of cross-sectoral cultural and creative industry networks, so networks, can be established and then have an impact specifically on tourism and gaming. And so these are the short-term outputs of the project, what the project is going to generate through its activities. And then from there, these 4 collaborative geographical areas and these networks will be able to contribute to the expected outcome of greater evidence of the role of the CCIs as drivers of innovation in economic sectors such as industry and services. The way the project phrased this outcome was to say, on the basis of this, we're going to get to this, right? And then from there, they said, from this level of industry networks, what we're at this level referred to as tourism and gaming is here referred to as industry in the 4 locations that go beyond the time of the project and then are ultimately adopted in 3 other locations, then contribute to the expected impact in this way. So this is how it works. This is the sort of logical sort of steps that you need to describe in your project. It doesn't need to take the form of this table. This was just to kind of compartmentalize the way in which everything works together. Questions?
I like a lot this example because it's very useful.
And it's also cluster 2 specific.
It's cluster 2 specific. One thing that I think, because the evaluators will not have the explanation that you just given.
Yeah.
They will just read the text. So we need to make their job as easy as possible and self-sustainable. So if they see something like that, if we go to the previous example, they might get a little bit confused on why we have on the first column the work program, the strategic plan, and the black cells.
Yes.
So for me, it would have been easier to say, okay, we have one result, that result. Based on that result, we are going to contribute towards those 2 expected outcomes. And as a long-term effect of those expected outcomes from those results, we're going to achieve those 3 objectives.
Yes.
And then add, again, the scale and significance per stage.
Yes. So I'm actually going to get to that. This is just to give you an overview of how you should think about the way your projects scale up. Don't use this per se with like this table in this format in your proposals, because as you rightfully said, that's going to confuse an evaluator. Because what you need to do is provide a narrative. You can still use tables, but not this specific table. You don't need to specifically say legislation, strategic plan, work program, output. No, you can just say the project results in the short term are going to be these. The expected outcomes will be these. And this is how it refers to the expected impact. So this is just an example. This is not something that you need to necessarily use. It's just to help you think.
So we don't use that in the proposal. We use it for thinking and coming out with expected outcomes.
Yes.
And probably also deriving at some stage something that is missing, the scale and significance of those expected outcomes.
So that's not here because I'm going to now move into some more practical examples of how you can write your section. So
I don't want. Do we need a break or?
Do you need a break before?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Or you're finishing in one slide.
Oh no, it's okay. I still have a few slides, so I could say maybe 5 minutes is good. Or do you need more?
What do you think? Can you stand for? If you're finishing in 5 minutes, then that's okay. If,
no, I don't. I would say.
I think let's have a break then.
Okay.
So we've been going for quite some time now.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So let's have 10 minutes break.
Yeah.
Yes, until 4 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Well, there's nothing like that yet. That basically they have their results platform that you can look at, which is kind of like real-time monitoring of how, yeah, ongoing project. That's what this result. Yeah, and that was the problem. That was the problem in the previous programs, and so that's why they have something like the results platform, so that you can see where it goes, and that's why there's so much emphasis on dissemination and exploitation, because they realize they're just being produced, but then what's happening to them? Yeah. Okay, so I want to just finish up by giving you some practical examples and ideas for how to actually write the impact section. This is just a little bit of background about the sort of way you should be thinking when it comes to your project, that it's a collaborative effort first and foremost, that this is just a definition of a project. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. You'll receive the slides, so you'll be able to look at it. Okay, so as we've already mentioned, and what I talked about in the first session of the day, is that it's very important to start by looking at the introduction to the Cluster 2 work program, and then going through it and identifying the expected impacts expected to be contributed to in the cluster. You need to write these down. It doesn't matter if you put it on a big A3 piece of paper, or if you write it into an Excel file or whatever, but you need to make sure that you write that down somewhere. Then from there, you need to repeat this exercise looking at the destination introduction, depending on whichever topic you are going to apply to. Here you need to think about how the expected impact, what it is, and it's always explicitly stated in the introduction to the destinations what the expected impact is, so that won't be difficult to find. From there, move to the actual topic that you're interested in and write down each of the expected outcomes that you need to respond to, that your project ultimately needs to contribute to. And then from there, you need to think about who should make up, who will be your target audience for the outputs of your project. And this goes back to what was explained in the excellence presentation, which I think did a really nice job of explaining how you can think about your target groups, the stakeholders, and the different levels, and just all the categories that you need to have in mind when you are coming up with this, because you're going to have to refer to them very explicitly in the impact section. Something else that I think is really, really useful is to make use of an analytical project planning tool. There are many different types of tools that you can use. You can make use of a logical framework or a log frame matrix. You could use also something known as a logic model, theory of change, or you can even use the summary table, which is included in the application form. It is a table that, although not mandatory, is highly recommended that you fill out, because it gives a very, very nice overview to evaluators of the specific needs to which your project is responding to, the particular outputs that are going to be generated, the target groups who are going to be addressed, the expected outcomes, and ultimately the expected impact, and also the sort of dissemination, communication, and exploitation activities that are going to be engaged in. When you use this, you need to always think about potential project objectives, the outputs, the indicators, and the corresponding activities that you'll be having in your project to help generate these outputs and ultimately outcomes. You need to, as I said, always think back to the expected outcomes and impact. You need to be very concrete. You need to think of all potential activities. Just be broad. Even if these are not ultimately going to end up in the final version of your proposal, just try to think as broadly as you can. And don't forget that you always have to think about activities related to communication and tools that you will use independently. So think about what channels. Are you going to have a website? Are you going to produce a newsletter? What sort of social media are you going to use? Things like that. You also then need to think about how will you, what sort of dissemination activities are you going to engage in? Are you going to stage conferences? Are you going to have workshops? Are you going to have art exhibitions. It can take many different forms, but that also needs to be something explicitly stated. And the same goes for exploitation activities. How will you ultimately exploit the outputs of your project? You need to also take in mind indicators. So KPIs, key impact indicators, for your project. You need to, and here it's good to use a table. You can have both qualitative and quantitative indicators, and these should be explicitly stated in terms of how they're going to help you in monitoring your activities and whether or not you are on track to achieve the sort of outcomes that are asked for and further impacts. This is just an example of one of the planning tools that I mentioned. I'm not going to really explain it too much because this is an exercise we're going to do tomorrow. But if you do receive the slides, hopefully they can receive the slides this evening, then I recommend that you look at this. It just explains how you can brainstorm your project. This is another tool that you can use, or a way of thinking. It's known as the theory of change. This just defines what the theory of change helps you to understand in terms of your project in relation to outcomes and impacts. And then when it comes to structuring your section, as explained in relation to impact, it's really important to make use of the headings of the sections that are provided in the template. I didn't list them here. There's only two. There's 2.1, which is a project pathways to impact, and that is broken down into subsequent categories that you can then outline, such as 2.1.1, contribution of project results toward the expected outcomes and wider impact. And then from there, et cetera, then you'd also need to explain the significance of the project and the scale of the project. I think it's really important that you also make subheadings very clear, make it obvious to evaluators that you are talking about different things in different sections and responding to what is being asked for in the templates. So as I mentioned, under scale and significance, that can be further broken down into certain baselines that the project is responding to, or benchmarks and assumptions that you have about the research that's going to be done and the way in which it will or will not work. Here in this section, you also need to explicitly relate to the expected outcomes. So literally state that your project responds to expected outcome 1, name in the following way. I will, in a section, explain to you some formulations that you can use to do so. It's also really useful to make use of illustrations and graphics in this section as well. As I already mentioned, tables are very useful for sort of encapsulating the different types of KPIs that your project's going to have. This is often seen, for example, in proposals that have been successful for communication activities. They have one table that talk about the specific channels and the means, and then from there, the KPIs that will be used to monitor that, and then that's repeated for the dissemination activities and the KPIs, and that's repeated once again for dissemination activities and the KPIs. So that is something that you should do. But keep in mind also that you have to write a narrative, so you do have to have some text that makes it clear. It can't just be tables and illustrations. You also have to be able to explain in words how your project is moving from outputs to, from outputs ultimately to impact. So here are some ideas of potential phrases that you could use to help write this section. So for example, you could say Project X for project objectives stated in Excellence Section 1, so referring back to the Excellence section, coincide directly with the objectives of Destination 3, the Cluster 2 work program, and the project results will directly contribute to the expected outcomes by developing innovative tools, XYZ. So once again, these are really generic. I can't tell you specifically what you need to say in your project, but the idea here is to give you some wording, some phrasing that can help you formulate. Something else you could say, that Project X seeks to achieve longer-term impact on the overall quality of policy to combat loneliness in the UU by making shorter-term impacts in the form of A, researchers and policy makers having more and better access to databases containing current research on the topic, and B, more networking opportunities between experts and policymakers so that they can learn from one another. So you could use that, for example, in response to the loneliness topic. And then I'll give you the last example. In the case of lump sum proposals, one thing to keep in mind is that lump sum proposals usually have more work packages than regular non-lump sum calls. And the reason for that is because the commission, like the budget is allocated essentially on the basis of work completed. And so the way that you can design your project activities is to look at the work as it corresponds to the periodic reviews of the project. So often in a 3 or 4 year project, you're going to have, say, 3 periodic review periods. So you can say you're going to have 5 work packages that are going to be doing certain types of activities that need to be completed by the end of the first, or by the first reporting period. And then you do something similar for the second and then the third. And there can be overlaps, but when you do that, you could say that Project X will contribute to the expected outcomes of this topic on the basis of activities planned in 12 work packages, 8 of which are thematic in nature and 4 of which are overarching work packages, and then continue from there and explain how that would work. Something else you could do is say, if you had to talk about barriers that the project has taken into consideration that might impact the successfulness of the project, you could say something like, we give careful considerations to the barriers to reaching members on online extremist chat groups on the assumption of, and then you have to say, what is that assumption? And that's coming from you. You would also say, when you're talking about the sort of key performance indicators that the project is going to use, is that a mixture of qualitative and quantitative indicators will be used to help monitor the impact of the project's planned activities. And then from there, you could say quantitative indicators would be exactly. So always that I'm giving you a start and you have to go to the next logical stage. Oops, sorry. Ugh. Okay, anyway. So that, I don't know exactly how to get back to the main. Yes. So these are just examples that you can use as prompts to help you just get started in your writing. And then also, what's always really useful is to just make use of keywords. Reflect the language that the commission uses in your proposal. Talk about results, talk about outputs, talk about outcomes, talk about paving the way to certain results. Pathway to X will be, the pathway to the expected outcome number 3 of this topic will be. So these are the sort of things that you should take into consideration practically when you are formulating your section. So at that, I'm at the end of my presentation. Any questions? I know it's a lot of information, but this is all information that you can refer back to both today and tomorrow. And you're, of course, going to get the slides, and feel free to contact me at any point if you have questions. It's not like I'm going to disappear. So.
Can you hear me? Yes, excellent. So my purpose now is to finish you off. No, I will not finish you off. I'll try to be, I understand it's late and we have gone a bit more than we should. The purpose of this section is to let the evaluators know how we're going to do and who is going to do what we have promised. So these are the aspects that need to be taken into account. These are the evaluation criteria as need to be written. And we have the same structure both for RIAs and CSAs. See that there is extra pages for lump sum. And what is the reason? Is sometimes you need to have double copies of the work packages because of the reason that Kimberly mentioned earlier. You need to shorten them a bit in order to be able to get paid for activities done, and then you have to copy that for the next reporting period. So what's the restructuring according to the template, but you also have the tables there. You have to describe a bit the work plan with a timetable and the graphical representation of the components, and then you have the description of the work packages and the tables that deals with the deliverables and milestones, the risk management, and the resources. So this should be 1 page maximum because it has a lot of it's a bit of wording, the work packages, and then the rest of the stuff, it's table design, so but I will make comments later on. So concerning the work plan, it has to be kept short, roughly half a page, outline the main objective of each work package, describe possible interlinks, and make also the connections with the methodology that you discussed earlier. Here is, for example, a potential work plan for the transformation called the CSA one, a very rough one, how it could be broken down. I think this is a 2-year or a 3-year topic, usually for 2 years, 3. Okay. In that case, you have to design them so they are either sequential or, for example, this one, the project management and dissemination communication activities, they have to be broken into each. So you will have 2 work packages for dissemination communication activities, one for the first reporting period and the other one for the next reporting period. So you are getting paid for the work done before. Now in that part, you have also to include in that page, the first one, apart from the description, you have to put a Gantt chart which shows the duration of activities and the dates of deliverables and milestones, and the PERT diagram which identifies the connections and the dependencies of each work package. This one comes from a CL2 project which is called OPATune. The other one is for the... Do you remember those 4 pages handwritten of mine that were... That's the Gantt chart for that. A bit more beautiful than the written one, but you have to make it's certainly more beautiful than an Excel one. You have to make sure that your visuals are nice, and the PERT chart where you have more or less showing the interconnections of the work packages and the tasks together. Then you come to start. These are taken from the template. You have to start showing the details of the work packages. This is pretty straightforward. You have to just write down the work package name, and the number, the title, who is coordinating the work package, and number and short name. How many person months do you need to implement it concretely? When does it start? When does it end? Month 1 from 2, month 6, etc. You fill in this table after you have described your work packages, which is this table over here. So this is taken from the template. Apologies, it's very small for the people in the back to see concretely, but it's pretty straightforward. It's out of the template for each work package. You need to include the number, the title, This is important because you need they have to be put the numbers and the titles, because you have to refer to them somehow. And then if your project is successful, this is how they should be put into the system, because afterwards they are included into the system similarly as the Part A forms, and they are not part of the narrative of Part B. The objectives and then description of the work. So for each work package, we first draft the objectives that should be related with the objectives of the project, and should be, my proposal should be that should already be mentioned in 1.1. They should have a direct one-to-one correspondence. The description of work should be broken down in tasks. Partner roles should be included, and what should be stressed here, because I see it a lot in work package descriptions, and I think it's a mistake. They should not include the concept or the explanation or the justification of why you are doing what you're doing in that task. All of that belongs to section 1.2. So if you need to write everything, to say why you are doing the task, this is not the right place. Okay, the description should be clean, and you have just the description of the tasks. We are going to organize 5 trainings in the period of 5 months on this and this and that. Okay, we are going to produce a policy recommendation document describing this and this and that. Okay, very straightforward, because everything else is in section 1.2. The whys. Okay. And then you have to write down the deliverables in a different table. Earlier, in Horizon 2020, in the earlier projects, you had to include the deliverables here as well. But this is not the case in Horizon Europe. There is a different list of for the deliverables, where you have they are the project outputs and are submitted to show project progress. You have a number, deliverable name. You definitely have to describe with a few words what the deliverable is about. The work package number, who is the lead participant, who is taking care of, who is coordinating the creation of the deliverable, what type it is. The type, there is predefined in the template what kind of types you can choose. It could be either a prototype or a report or an event or a website, etc. But it's very, very well detailed into the template, so we do not need to address more. And dissemination level, whether it's available to the public or only to the consortium, or it is very sensitive, which is not in our case here, because whenever there are security issues, it must have a very different clearance in order to be able to, and when you're going to deliver it. So my suggestion is to keep them for effectiveness and efficiency to a minimum. I would suggest 2 or 3 per work package. Not every task has to have a deliverable, but you cannot have a work package without deliverables. Okay? They have to be consistent with the work performed, time scheduled. It's a very common mistake is to have deliverables concentrated either to the end of a year, month 12, or close to the date of the report, of the middle of the intermediate reporting period, month 18, for example. Yes.
One work package can continue 1 year or 1.5 years. In this case, we can define 3 deliverables for the same work package, and we should write their first, second, and third deliverables. Is it? I mean, for example, we are developing an AI. We need to establish the training data. We need to develop the model. We need to train, test, and evaluate. For each case, we need to have specific deliverables for one work package. Then we need to define, in this case, for example, 6 month, 12 month, 18 month. Yeah. Yes.
Well, it depends, because deliverable is something that you can report periodically about progress, which is a report. But if your deliverable is a prototype, I don't think it's a good idea to have a deliverable broken in 3. It depends on the work. I mean, there is no recipe for that. Okay. And I would suggest you should not forget that there are 2 obligatory deliverables from the work program and the call topic, and this is the data management plan and dissemination, exploitation, communication plan at month 6. Okay. And unless something is extremely sensitive, I would suggest that you prefer dissemination level as public. Okay. Unless there are very sensitive data sets with personal data, etc., etc., etc., I would the evaluators usually see this as see it in a positive view. Otherwise, you have to explain really well why you keep it more closed. Yes. Yes, but anonymized. You have to make sure that they are truly anonymous.
Yeah, my question was, can we make anonymized data? Sorry. Yeah,
well, there are methods, yes, but that has to do with look. These are data sets. Data sets cannot. You don't need necessarily to have them as deliverables. Okay, you create the data set, and you are using it, and you create a data management plan on how to use it, etc. But you can choose not to have the data set as a deliverable.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's not mandatory to have a data set which is open access or.
It is, but you cannot. You can choose not to have it as a deliverable. You can choose to put it as a deliverable, and put it on the list if you feel that this is important. All right.
Well, most of the research, the kind of research that I do, I can't just give out information of the interlocutors, so it's impossible.
You can create a data set
okay.
out of the research, and you will describe how in the data management plan, and you will describe roughly how you're going to deal it when we were talking about open science and open data.
Sure.
You have to make it accessible and available. This doesn't mean that you have to also present it here as a deliverable of the project.
Yes.
Okay.
It's better not.
It depends on how you want to sell it. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Now, what are milestones? Milestones are control points in the project that help to chart progress. You have to chart to use them only for major outputs in complicated projects. Otherwise, leave the section empty. I would suggest that you should never leave it empty. Always put something there because they are also control points other than deliverables. And you also have to put means of verification on how you intend to prove that a milestone has been reached. If appropriate, you can also refer to indicators, says the template. I think you should read that something like, it is appropriate that you should also refer to indicators to make it more believable. So, means of verification examples, like, for example, a policy report published, a platform used by 50 users, a community of practice that reached 100 members, or some software downloaded by 200 users. Okay. Risk management. This is also a bit tricky, and I think it refers to a question that was done earlier concerning what's happening when the project is not going too well. Yes. Well, if you designed your project properly, you should have taken into account what you're going to do in case that it's not running as planned. And this is the part where you do it. This is the table where you describe critical risks and said that these own difficulties related to the project and the measure strategy for addressing them. You can break them down in categories in order to be able to to make the work a bit easier. Let's say in technical parts, in issues in management, demonstration, validation, business and exploitation, communication, dissemination. And you have, in a way, to foresee what might go wrong and try to see how you have planned through activities and management decision processes to minimize the risk. These are the proactive measures. And you also have to write the reactive measures. How are you planning to minimize the negative impact and react in case the risk is materialized? So this is the table of 3.1E with critical risks for implementation. I have a very distinct risk here, but it's mainly a management risk, that non-performance of partners, delaying deliverables and or low achievements on KPIs. Probability, medium. Impact, very high. So proactive measures. What have you planned to do in order to mitigate that risk? In this case, I have a management board with the work package leaders who oversee the projects, and they meet every 4 months and check the progress, and in case they see some problem, they go and say, this is a problem, we have to do something about it, change the plan. In case this goes really wrong and we cannot do otherwise, we say that try to see the identification causes and create a new team to see how we're going to deal with that. In the extreme case, have to contact the project officer and see what we can do. But this is the way you, more or less, you address it, and you have to do it. You have to sit down and think of all the possible risks that may be of significance or might cause a serious problem in the project. Put them down, prioritize them, categorize them, prioritize them, and see and design these measures. These measures have to be consistent with what you have planned for the project. Okay, you can't write something here that does not exist in the project. So if there is a management board mentioned there, it has to be described in the methodology somewhere, that you're going to have a management board that's going to meet every 4 months to discuss the progress of the project. Okay? And then you have to write down about the resources. There are certain tables that have to be filled in. For lump sum proposals, there is a very detailed budget in Excel format that is used mainly to justify the budget that you are asking, but it's not binding on how you are going to spend the money later on, because it's a lump sum. It's more easier to spend the money. And this is a rule of thumb for rough budget breakdown. They don't add up because they shouldn't add up, because this is already some apples here. But this is, let's say, a rule of thumb depending on the design of your project. Maybe for you can get plus or minus 10% of those numbers here, depending on what you want to do. And these are the tables that have to be filled in. Work package breakdown per participant, person months here, subcontracting costs in case you need any. Be careful with subcontracting. Critical activities cannot be subcontracting. They have to be done by the partners. It has to be really to be justified, etc. In case you have other direct costs more than 50% of the personnel cost, you have to break it down in an appropriate table, explain why you have more money. Be careful with equipment. Equipment is not funded to the full cost, only depreciation costs. A bit tricky. Depreciation costs, and only for the time that it's being used for the project. In case you have any questions on that, do ask the legal and financial NCP. Okay? Legal and financial NCP, because they know the details. Also, the annotated grant agreement has some discussion about that, but it's a bit tricky. Other cost directory, for example, internal invoiced goods and services that you may have here, and in-kind contribution provided by third parties. In-kind contribution cannot be funded, remunerated. This is on their own cost. That's it for. Are there any questions for that part? Okay. Yes, please.
Some problems about PMs, you know. For example, Turkey's PM is very low compared to European Union countries. If you give the same effort as the European Union countries, your PM is getting higher than another consortium member. Either you are coordinator or member. What should we do? What do you think? Do you have some really solution about this? It is really quite big problem.
Yes. What we are doing in my organization, we pump a little bit the person month cost. We increase it. Yes. Yes, please.
But when we increase the person months by the organization, what happens if the proposal is then funded? They are going to get ask for the proofs and you know, the salary
Look,
scales.
You can anyway, when you're implementing the proposal, then you have to write the actual costs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Anyway, the person month cost is an estimate.
Okay.
Most of the times, I mean, if you want to keep things simple, it is good to keep things simple. You should not put individual person month cost. It should be something which is rounded up to, I don't know, the hundreds.
Okay, in that case, I'm wondering, what about like if you are a coordinator from Turkey and our person month costs, do we have to increase it in a way that is higher than other participants?
No. You have to keep a balance. Okay, so you have to keep a balance so that the cost is close to the actual cost. Okay, but it's not. It shouldn't be too low with respect to the others, because you have to think that when the evaluator sees the matrix with the person months, there shouldn't be any partner which stands out with having too many person months. So you have to balance it a bit. When you design the project, because when you implement the project and you do the actual cost, most of the time the actual costs are going to be, the person month cost is going to be lower than the 1 year that you have put. There you have to have a smart way to write down why you are using more person months and less cost. You may say, for example, that you are using students, not PhD students or postgraduate students, to do some work in terms of training. They are less expensive, and usually they take a bit more time to achieve something because they are trained. So you have to find such kind of explanations afterward to say why your person month cost is lower and your actual person months are bigger.
But that's at the implementation stage,
Exactly.
not at the proposal stage. So there is no such thing as the coordinating institution should get at least slightly more than all the rest.
They should get slightly more, but they will get slightly more in the project management work package. Okay, slightly, a lot more in the project management. But when they implement, unless you include managerial tasks in the work packages, they have just to have increased person months only in the tasks that they are leading. Sorry, Kimberly, you wanted to add something?
I actually wanted to support exactly what you said. It's that it's usually that the coordinator, because there's so much administrative work, has more PMs as a result of that, and also the reasons that he explained. And also, if you're, as a coordinator, involved in research and other tasks, then it's only for that specific task. And you just have to give a justification in that way.
Thank you.
And the last part is the capacity of participants and consortium as a whole, where you have to roughly 3 pages. According to the template, it has to be restructured like that. A description about the consortium, the complementarity and roles per partner, whether there is industrial involvement for possible exploitation, if applicable, not all topics in our case, and whether other countries and international organizations may play a role. If applicable, again, please note there are special conditions for CSA actions. So consortium description, roughly 1.5 pages, describe the consortium and how does it match the project objectives and bring together the necessary disciplinary and interdisciplinary knowledge. A rough sketch of how you could do that is have a table that have project objectives, who are the main partners, and which work package, and which is their role. So very distinctly write. You don't have to write it because the space is limited. You don't have to write descriptions of the organizations. Remember that in part A, which we haven't described, but I can very briefly discuss about it now. In part A, you have the names of the principal main researchers that are going to be active in the field, with some identifiers so people can find all the publications, etc. Main projects and main infrastructure that has been involved and main service that has been that they're going to put into the projects. So in a way, they have a description from part A. What you need to stress here in this 1.5 pages is what they're going to bring into the project and how they're going to use it in order, where they're going to be involved in order to achieve the objectives. I found the word, sorry. Okay. You also have to put in to see that to show that it's the consortium is not monolithic. It has to. You have to show that the partners complement each other, and whenever appropriate, cover the value chain. Maybe we have to describe it in a different way. Maybe like, for example, like a process diagram with arrows, and in what way each other does contribute to the project. You can put a table augmented there where for each partner you can put down which are the key expertise or discipline that is being used in the project, and how strong they are at it, and the main role. In case there is industrial, I don't know whether this is relevant in the case of those topics, but in case there is, have described in a few words the industrial commercial involvement in the project to ensure the exploitation of the results. This also, bear in mind that these have to be in correspondence to the methodology and the tasks. You don't write here things that are not being described somewhere else. Okay, but you have to make sure that activities that are taken on this, on the possible exploitation, you have to describe here how the industrial partners are going to, or the commercial, how they are going to, let's say, assist in those tasks. And explain why this is consistent and help to achieve the specific measures which are proposed for exploitation of the results of the project. The connection. Okay, I said earlier. Now, concerning other countries and international organizations, for the research innovation actions, if there is one or more participants requesting EU funding is based in a country or an international organization that is not automatically eligible for such funding, which means they are not entities in member states, the EU associated countries, etc. Work program general annexes 8 are automatically eligible. So this here is the list of the entities that are eligible for funding. In case they are not in this list, We have to explain very well the participation of the entity in question, whether it is essential to successfully carry out of the project. So in case you need to put to have an entity from the United States or from Canada, who are rich countries, you have to, and they are not in that list, you have to explain why and what's the added value and what they can bring in, which you cannot find in that list. Yes, please. Not in 2024, because in the UK is going to be in that list. Yes. Yes, please. If they don't bring in something which is special, maybe yes. But you have to write convincingly that they're bringing in something that cannot be found in Europe. This is the only way. Regarding the CSAs, the rule is a bit different. So except when explicitly allowed in the topic, people, they can only participate as associated partners, which means they can be in the project, they cannot get funding from the project. And there is no difference whether the entities are established in low, middle income countries and developed countries, okay? Irrespective of what you are.
Not complete. That's not 100% true for CSAs.
Okay.
Because there are certain countries, for example, like Kazakhstan, I think they can receive funding because they're low or middle income. So you have to just check the list.
For this, I took that. This is a copy paste from the template, and this is for the CSAs.
Yeah, but
okay.
I know from my network project, for example, we do have certain partners that can receive funding, although they are third countries.
Net for society.
Yes.
Okay.
So, but that's why you should always check this list.
It's a topic. Except when explicitly, maybe it was something in the topic that allowed it.
Could have been. I can double check, but there are sometimes it's good to check.
Usually because it's when explicitly allowed in the topic. And if the topic does not include any specific condition related to non-associated third countries, you do not need to include any information on that. That's it, more or less.
Apostolis, just one comment regarding the industrial involvement.
Yes.
Do you think that this is necessary for cluster 2? How applicable that can be for a cluster 2 call? And if you can give some examples where, how can we have, what kind of industrial involvement we can have in a cluster 2 call?
Okay. If I remember correctly, there is a call on cultural heritage data spaces. Okay. You could have a large integrator that could take up the platform or provide or get the specifications that might come out of such a project and create a product that could be sold afterwards to ministries of culture or to museums to use when they're gathering any kind of data. A very, very, very rough example. Okay. I think there was there is something about also AI in cultural heritage, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Same thing, more or less. You could have inside companies that they will create tools based on the results that could be made into products and services. And you have to write it down in your exploitation tasks that you are going to have such a thing, and then who is going to do it? The industrial and the commercial partners are going to take up the, let's say, the task of maybe designing it within the project and exploiting it afterwards. Okay? Good. Yes.
Let's say we designed a technology within the scope of a Horizon Europe project. Who is the owner of intellectual property?
the owner of intellectual property in foreground is the one who produces the IP. If there is one particular, this is spelled out in the grant agreement, how this is broken down, and you can have the additional, how to do it formally. It's a grant agreement which says what is being done with the results. And there's also the consortium agreement, which is the agreement among the partners, who say how we're going to use the IP that we already have, what access rights we're going to give, take, whatever, and what we're going to do with the results. The rule of thumb is that the results belong to the organization that produced them. If it's one, it's one. If it's more than one, then it has to be broken down among the two. Usually the consortium agreement has to have a few clauses saying how this splitting is going to be done. And if you want to be, let's say, design it properly, and you are going to have IP issues, you have to make sure before the submission of the project to be clear among the partners who is going to have access to what and to whom the final results belong. Bring a lawyer in the battle. Okay? So, last comments, and that's it for me, I think. Attention to the details. Okay, I think it's the most important tip to give. Everything has to be very, very. You have to put effort in having a perfect proposal in terms of everything. Follow the guidelines from the template and answer all questions. Everything. The evaluators will. It's so competitive that you may lose funding for 0.5 or 0.25. Okay, which means that you have to answer everything, and you have to keep to make sure that it answers all questions. Use simple and easy to understand English that everybody will understand. Okay, not too poetic. Okay. No jargon. Whenever jargon is needed, please explain it in the beginning and say what it means and everything. Use appealing visuals, readable font. At some point, it was fashionable to write proposals in Arial narrow because you could squeeze more text within the template. But Arial now is a font which is breaking the patience even of everyone. So stick to the font that the template says. Times New Roman. It's perfect. Or the equivalents that they have for MacOS or Linux. Uniform text formatting. Make sure that you don't have smaller fonts, bigger fonts. Justification left for some part and justification justified for the next part. Different lines between the different spaces between the lines, between the paragraphs. Make sure, give it to someone, the final text, to make sure that in terms of formatting, it's identical. Everything is consistent. Use figures, tables, text boxes, colors, whatever, to make the proposal more of a presentation and a pitch deck, in order to make it appealing and more easy to understand. Ask the assistance of a graphic designer, and the last but not least, give it to somebody who is a native speaker of English, to make sure that the language is okay and reads well. That's it from me. Thank you very much. I'm available for questions now and tomorrow if you like, whenever.
Okay, that was a big day. I think there are some questions that have to be addressed. Before going into that, let me make you a little bit relaxed. You've received a lot of knowledge now. I mean, one full day, a lot of information on the intelligence behind the calls, how to deal with each one of the different sections, the excellence, the impact, the implementation. let it rest. Yes, there is a lot of fog now around that. And tomorrow we will start with a small recapitulation. I will initiate that session and I will highlight the most important things that you need to, not to remember, but to make sure that you understand. Then I will tell you what are the steps that are needed for either as a coordinator or as a potential proposal partner, what you need to do. And then you will have specific tasks that you're going to work in groups to actually start applying what you learned the first day, today. So you will see in practice what was given to you more or less in a theoretical context and format. Another thing that could be extremely useful is if you're planning to initiate a proposal, as soon as you have received the training material, is to print out it and have it as a handbook next to you. So when you are going to initiate a proposal, to make sure that this guidebook, this recipe is next to you so you can follow the steps that are needed. And that will help also, because you don't need to remember anything by heart of what we discussed, but you need to understand everything that we discussed. In order to understand everything that we discuss, you reflect, you apply, and that's why we have the hands-on practice tomorrow. So there was one question from the lady over there.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the teams in each institution in the consortium. I'm wondering, is it a disadvantage if we include one person, one researcher, in one partner institution or the coordinating institution regarding the person months? Because we had a challenge last year when I applied as a coordinator that we included one person, but we didn't have anywhere to explain that we are going to employ postdocs, for example. So we add in part A of the proposal the name of one researcher, and then it appears that there is a lot of person months, but actually our intention is to actually employ 2 postdocs, but there's nowhere that we could explain this. Is that clear? Okay. Okay.
Now you can hear me, yes. And I understand the challenge. Well, in part A, what they also mentioned there is that they want to have only the researchers in that list, and only in order to be able to follow up on their career. Okay, that's one thing. Nevertheless, the evaluators might see it as you said, that there is one person with a lot of person months when doing. In that case, you have to write it down in the implementation at some point when you are going to write about the organization X, that you are also trying to involve younger researchers to train them on that specific field and do actual work. In case you have a disadvantage somewhere, that's a risk also. You don't have enough people to implement. In case you have a disadvantage in anything of what we described in how you're going to implement something, you have to write inside the proposal a couple of sentences saying what you're going to do or how you are going to address it. You don't need to have to put it down as a disadvantage. For example, in the case that you mentioned, you could include that we are going to hire X people to do part of this and this and this and that, to also train them in the field. Okay.
Okay, I'm wondering, I'm worried a little bit like whether this will be an advantage or disadvantage. I mean, is it better like to include more researchers, for example, 3 people in the same institution to share? But on the other hand, I find sometimes it is not realistic because, you know, if you employ postdocs to just work on this, its implementation is going to be more successful than dividing the tasks. With
Well, that's also a thing of internal balances, okay? I mean, can you really include the names of colleagues who you want them to have limited attachment to the project, if that's the problem? Or are you free enough, or are they giving you the permission to include their names there? And without, I mean, in some institutions and for some people that's easy. For some it's not.
Well, in order to show, our research office was encouraging us, for example, to include this person or that person. And but you know, as a coordinator, I was thinking maybe that I should just get 2 postdocs. And but then you know, you don't show enough expertise. That's a challenge, right?
Sorry, we need to close up, but I would like to clarify that. You received a negative comment from the evaluator saying that you have only 1 postdoc involved in the project with a lot of person months?
No.
Okay, so that's not the case. Now, Part A is not going to be used for the evaluation of the quality of the proposal. Part A, as Apostolis said, is going to be to follow which is the career of the researchers, on one hand, and secondly, the researchers table is going to be used for the gender balance in the research team. That's why you denote also the gender, male, female, and non-binary. And why is that? Because in case 2 proposals have received the same total mark, the one that will get 1 position higher with respect to the other one will be the one that will have a better gender balance. So this is why they ask that on the Part A gender table. And this is why you need to be worried about. You need to make sure in each one of the organizations that are participating in a proposal that the gender balance on the researchers table in Part A is respected. And that's it. Now, in the implementation, you need to justify, of course, why your personnel cost is going to be that high, why you need that amount of expertise, and etc.
Okay, but even that encourages us to make this pragmatic choice to include at least 2 people in each institution.
Yes, but for the gender balance, not for the quality, for anything else regarding the quality of the implementation in the proposal. You follow that? Because that's a different thing. The quality of the implementation will be just on the description in your implementation section.
Okay, yeah, we'll discuss.
This is what it is regarding the evaluation. The evaluators cannot, that's why I asked you, did you receive a negative comment from the evaluators in regards to table A? And you said to me no.
Yeah, but they have mentioned that seniority, juniority
but that
was diverse, so that was a positive thing. So it means that...
Yes, but that was not part of... because that comment was not because of the researchers table in Part A. It was because of your description in the implementation and the expertise of the organizations. And that was a project regarding mobilities also. Did you have mobilities to do, capacity building also? Summer schools? Did you have that kind of activities?
No.
So we need to see your case separately. But for all the audience here to realize it, Part A has a specific role to follow up the researcher table, to follow up the researcher's career, and to make sure that there's gender balance when 2 proposals are going to be of equal total mark.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, good, because we have to close, because we are over exceeded the time. So we'll see you tomorrow. What time we start tomorrow? Do you remember? Same time? Okay, so try to be here also a little bit later, clarify, talk with the experts. If you have any one-to-one questions like the one that we had now, and clarify them, and tomorrow we will start at 10 o'clock. Thank you.